We've got to get moving. We gotta stay loose, you know? Let it cool. Let the coolness get into our vertebrae.
Bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir Bow Wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir Bow Wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir Bow Wow. Mud.
Wait.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place. The Flat Earth Farm.
Yeah. Phil House. Let's go.
They don't call it work for nothing. You see that shit and wanna be it, but couldn't cook up the mustard. Stupid little fucker. Everybody wanna rap now, but jump shit when they get bad, then they fall back to the bag round. Try and spit for groupies, you ain't built for this kid, you pussy. I pick them off like Billy Zane, fuck your bitch like Billie Jean. Till she claims she caught my seed and leave your ass for bigger things. That fat lady belt in front of the balcony. It's over for any clown that wanna challenge me. Every line's another Calvary, followed up with powder cakes. Hang them in my gallery, posterized like outlets, eating foods like calories. Vagabonds, I'm Jack the Ripper. You love that trick, dog, and I barely tip her. Fuck around and play the skipper. Fickle frauds can kiss the zipper. Skip around with a stick so big from home plate I can hit the pitcher. Every single day I'm on my grind on the business end. Every other day you in the line like you killing shit. Then there come a day when I put you out your misery. Go on, catch that fade, motherfucker. Think I'm playing with you, yeah, they acting gay for attention, that's ridiculous. You look like a lady with that choker chain like he a stripper. I'm just a chill with the aristocrats. Cop a deal from Toss and Salad, pop a pill of rocks and blocks is going down like Richie Valens. I can stand on my own too, the whole truth, fuck you, baby. Yeah. And ain't shit that you gon' do, your whole crew can catch that facelift. I tell them like, move, you better back up. Bitch, we some inglorious bastards. The faculty charged up an assault and battery with battering rams strapped to cannons that'll reach North Korea. Can I kick it?
This is my maker's moment, and I make it remarkable.
Gamo, My right foot doesn't recognize my left. I'm hyperventilating, heart beefing with my breath. Left brain decisions, right brain wisdom. Birth certificate don't got my right name written. Xenophobe, C-notes illegal, mostly boast. My ego's low cause I rap and people know me, that's corny. Tribalism, GMO, my metabolism, foul religion. We living in a valid system, partisan politics, private parties with Baphomet traffickers. Cell phones or minerals from Africa. We fake woke and killing our brain slow. Drinking Jameson, we rather be famous and broke. Chasing bankrolls, rain or snow, climate change flow. Imminent demise, still we be praying it ain't so. When that earth rock shattered, they purchase for raw data. Working up your status and service upon a platter. And it's like
bad cops killing a nigga cause of his skin. Why the government corrupting the system we living in? All these tribulations mitigate us living in sin. But where the higher ups went wrong, I don't know where to begin. The country is racist, that don't even need to be said. New America was crooked before Trump was the press. White man shoot up a school, he get a ride from the feds. Black man get pulled over, he end up shot in the head. What's really real? Been waiting to see how they really feel. Turn on the news, too many innocents getting killed. They pick and choose, don't ever let it get misconstrued. Even with the proof, police always winning, the people lose. How we supposed to beat the biggest gang on this planet when they hold a badge that protects them? Even when there was cameras on film killing an unarmed black man, it's a shame. No justice found, they just get suspended and still get paid.
Blazing chip data flip, modern dictatorship, major flip, Operation Paperclip, same shit, America. Rhinestone guns, Glenn Campbell, the next death, dead man like the next candle. The death threats, pedal gate, tech, sex scandal. The cops come, life done, trigger press cancel. Got them behaving like the plot of the pagan. Who's in the picture of a god that they got him praising? Robbing the nation, colonization, poison the population. Monkeys to Ronald Reagan. Another criminal politician got the nomination. Psychotic, know your rights, better do the knowledge. Don't let these fools rule you. These dudes abuse due process. It's the game spot, the cop nightstick. Break your top, spray to block corruption. Suck your blood, Salem flock. Tax dollars, pay the pig salary. Invested in oppressing men. Arrest the president. Don't let the devil win. We put the devil on the pedestal to let him menace men again. It's never gonna end if we ain't set the precedent.
America, land of the greedy. Guess I'm supposed to accept the lies that y'all feed me. All I see is racist faces. Yeah, you scriptures to enslave us to turn me atheist. My son fighting for a country that won't even acknowledge that he could get shot for just reaching for his wallet. Now how am I supposed to be comfortable when my nieces seeing men use the ladies' room? Is you serious? Get took serious. Millions spent, but they ain't flinch for Flint. Puerto Rico, they ain't have lights for weeks. Trump mocking their speech, but they can barely eat. Hey, let's make this country great again. Let's grab their women by their pussy and kill all their men. Hey, let's make this country hate again. Since your commander-in-chief, that's your president. You can have your white privilege, I just want my black life. Then why I gotta die? Cause you had a bad night. The switch sides, give me your badge and gun. You got 3 seconds to run. The switch sides, give me your badge and gun. You got 3 seconds to run. The switch sides, give me your badge and gun. You got 3 seconds to run.
Have you been feeling sad most of the time, losing interest in things you once cared about? You may be experiencing
We're live now, I guess. Everybody left. No, we got 18 people here. How we doing? Let's see, who do we got? Let's look at the comments. Melanie Moran, JJ Organics, Rasta Bear, Janice, Capalicious, Stavely, nice. Do I see anybody else? Globe Asunder. The bow is the devil's world. Yes. Machine Head 69. Jason Starr. The Nayakas. I still know the Nayakas. I'll get used to the name Michelle soon. I'll adjust accordingly. Parkway. This is where I've been on this channel for the past week and a half, 2 weeks since I've been down. Nobody's paid attention. I had on Christmas Eve after Salem Fairman show on Friday night, I started a marathon. A Late Night Live marathon where I played every episode of Late Night Live. It wasn't every episode, but I played a lot of them back to back. All the good ones that aren't on YouTube, I put them on her channel because why not? And it went for 40 hours straight. The first 18 hours, they cut it down. They chopped it off. It got 200 views. 18 hours, it only got 200 views. And now it didn't get blocked. It says it's perfect. There's no restrictions on it at all. Not even a copyright. But when you go to play it, it says not playable. It doesn't play. It doesn't play, and it doesn't show up in the system. So, and then also I did another one after that. I just said fuck it. After 18 hours, they cut me off on Odyssey too. They cut me off of Odyssey too after 18 hours, and then I did another one for 12 hours or like 14 hours straight. And then that one, 11 hours stayed up and 3 hours I'm missing. Singeman, you're muted. You're muted. Did I mute you? Saturday Saints was here too. He'll probably be back.
No, I muted myself because my mother taught me if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. No, I'm kidding. Although she did teach me that. What's happening? Hey, we're on the internet. I forgot.
Yeah.
Millions of people are watching it.
Yeah.
We're on.
Yeah.
What's it called? Truman Show. Holy shit!
Did you guys get that?
Camera.
Did you guys get that shipment out by Christmas or not? Hold on, I'm just making sure that they got it done.
I got camera fright. Oh my god.
What?
What am I gonna do? Everybody's watching me. I got camera fright. Everybody's watching me. I don't know what to do. Yay!
Oh, man. I want that hazmat team down there cleaning up that broken box tomorrow. Before the morning, that hazardous material better be cleaned up. It better be taken care of.
You're right. My MK Ultra training taught me to make weapons from just anything laying around. So I found a piece of rope, a stick, and a piece of wood. You know, I have
a nightstick. That's a nightstick with a extra little thing, dude. That's better than a nightstick.
First, it was a tonfa before it was anything. Why?
Dude, I love
that back protection on. Tonfas don't normally have that. I left it on.
If I had a choice of what kind of what kind of an apparatus to carry in my back trunk of my car, I would carry a nightstick over a golf club, a 9-iron. What about you?
One hand-to-hand weapon. One hand-to-hand weapon, you're saying?
No, I'm not saying weapon. I'm saying apparatus in your trunk.
Stick is the best, yeah. Apparatus, yes. A stick is the best thing because you don't actually have to have one. They're laying around everywhere. Right? Yeah.
So
these sticks are good.
So you're saying that you would. So you're saying that you would MacGyver a weapon?
Otherwise, it would be. I'd have to say
out of a
hatchet is pretty good, but it could be used against you.
You would MacGyver an apparatus.
Yeah, I got that MK Ultra training. I think that you got more of the.
The MacGyver smoker is a very handy guy to have around, especially when it comes to reefer.
Hey man, we're out of papers.
All right, then get me a toilet paper roll, a corkscrew, and some tin foil.
We don't have a corkscrew.
All right, then get me an avocado, an ice pick, and my snorkel. Trust me, bro, I've made bongs with less. Hurry up.
There you go.
What's his shirt say?
What?
I think I've asked this before. What's his shirt say?
What shirt?
What's his shirt say? Something. What's his shirt say?
On the thing. I forget. All right, I'll play it again.
You watch it, Judy. Watch it again. See what his shirt says. I think I asked you before.
The MacGyver smoker is a very handy guy to have around, especially when it comes to reefer.
Hey man, we're out of papers.
All right, then get me a toilet paper roll, a corkscrew, and some tin foil.
We don't have a corkscrew.
All right.
They cut the stream for the second time. The fucking assholes. Yo, fuck them.
Volkswagen stuck.
Oh God. You want to get into your stuff first, and then I'll save my stuff for the end because my stuff's a little creepy anyway. Nancy, is my stuff creepy? Anyway, what's going on? I can't hear you. You're muted or something. It doesn't say you're muted, but I can't hear you.
This hour is brought to you by. Sorry. Oh, it's just
you're laggy. You're laggy. It's just what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to work out, the lagginess. Before we got started. That's why I was taking so long at the beginning.
This hour is brought to you by the phallic images of Disney. Can't hear me?
Is this hour brought to you by that, or is this hour brought to you? You see, he just glitched out on me. All right. Well, I'll play what I was gonna play. What do I got? All right. Let's check this out. We'll deal with him once he gets his shit together. I can't keep waiting all night for glitchiness. All right, here we go. All right. I saw this pop up. It looks pretty interesting.
Hey everybody, welcome back for another video. Today we're going to be talking about the last Olympics. And it's an interesting story that I believe might tie into our hidden history, so let's have a look. Now, Olympia, which is located in southern Greece, used to be the site of the ancient Olympic Games. But that all came to an end in 393 AD. And it took 1,500 years for the Olympics to return. And the first modern Olympics were held in Athens, Greece in 1896. So I wanted to kind of dig into that just to see what the story is behind why it stopped, what happened to.
The one looks like an eye. Hold on. You see that? That looks like an eye.
Behind why it stopped, what happened to the site, and you start coming across some interesting information. So the location of Olympia, turns out it was lost to history for the next 1,000 years or so until 1776 when it was rediscovered. That sounds familiar. I've seen this play out before. So I wanted to keep looking into it. And you find out that Olympia remained forgotten under a layer of debris between 5 and 7 meters deep. And I've seen accounts of it being buried up to 8 meters deep with large amounts of sand and other sediment. So that's kind of fitting into a lot of sites that we look into with regards to alternative history that date back to the first millennium. They're buried. So doing a little bit more research, you find out that while it was rediscovered in the 1700s, the first official excavation of the site didn't happen until 1829. And then you start coming across information talking about the final death blow of the site they believe was caused by a tsunami. The site of ancient Olympia was destroyed by a tsunami in the 6th century AD and buried under 8 meters of sediment. And they believe it's a tsunami because they found the presence of mollusks, snail shells, and the remains of abundant marine protozoa. And the sediments, they were transported inland at high speeds, and they reached Olympia, even though the site is about 108 feet above sea level. So whenever the tsunami was, it would have been extremely destructive and completely buried the site. But the way they're portraying the chain of events is that the site was actually abandoned because of the rise of Christianity and the games were banned. And then you had invasions and earthquakes. And then they're saying that the area was completely abandoned in the 6th century. And then the site was covered by deposits from a tsunami later on. I think that what happened was there was a destructive event that affected a lot of the old world in the first millennium. But again, that is speculation. We might never truly know, but just trying to connect these dots. Now, before I explain why I think that's the case, I just wanted to mention right next to this site at Olympia in Greece, there is this Hill of Kronos or Mount Kronos. And just an interesting note, there are a lot of pines that grow on this small hill, or sorry, small mountain or hill. And the pines that presently grace the hill were planted by German archaeologists in the late 1800s. So I don't know if there's been any archaeology done with regards to this hill or small mountain, but I've seen this before where things are planted over sites to sort of hide what may be underneath. So just wanted to mention that there could be something under there, who knows. But as far as why Olympia was buried and the tsunami, if you travel less than 500 miles away, you have Istanbul in Turkey. And with regards to the first millennium and tsunamis, I've touched upon this in other videos. I think they found this old port of Theodosius, and they found it, I believe it was discovered in 2004 when they were working on this upgrading of this transit project. And it was this 10 square block dig site, but they found the remains of this port in it. There were ships, there were animals just completely buried. And they believe it was a tsunami. And I believe it also ties into what might have happened with that site at Olympia in Greece, because they also, at this particular site in Istanbul, they reference a tsunami as well. And they're tying a lot of these dates to the first millennium as well. And when you look at Istanbul, what used to be Constantinople, so much of it is buried. And we see these engravings showing this hippodrome that seems to be partially buried and destroyed. And actually, there were underground remains of the hippodrome found. So there's a whole city beneath the city in Istanbul. And I think that it could be because of a destructive event in our past that would have included earthquakes and tsunamis. But if you also look at the Yucatan Peninsula, there has been studies done showing that there was a tsunami that hit that area in the first millennium. And of course, in the Yucatan, you have the Maya people, and sort of the mystery is what happened to the Maya. Meanwhile, a lot of their structures are buried and swallowed up by the jungle. So I think it could all be related. But again, that's my view. And also, there was evidence of an ancient tsunami that almost wiped out civilization in southern China. And they believe it's 1,000 years ago. But I think these dates, they can play around with these dates. And I think we might be looking at one major event as opposed to all these separate events. But researchers found shells, coral, and rock deposits that had no right to be there. I think they were looking at a particular island, and they found ancient coins and pottery at the site they were looking into. And then the historical record appeared to be largely cut off following the tsunami. So that seems to be in line with a lot of what I've been looking into. So that's what I think might be happening. And if there was indeed a major destructive event in the first millennium, and you were going to try to cover that up, you'd have to rewrite our history. And I think that's what might have happened to lead up to the Renaissance period, where we're told that a lot of ancient Greek and Roman texts were rediscovered. And you can find articles just talking about how many of these ancient texts were preserved by Islamic and Jewish cultures in the Middle East and were not rediscovered by the Europeans until the time of the Renaissance. So you have the introduction of the Gregorian calendar in the 1500s, and then you have the rise of the academies of art in the 16th century and then 17th and 18th century. So they're producing sculptures and paintings that are referencing this classical period of Rome and Greece. So it's this whole chain of events where you are promoting this history. Now, again, I can't say for certain that's what's happening, but that's how you could do it, assuming you had that much control. So anyway, I thought that was interesting with regards to the tsunamis. And I wanted to sort of mention that because I can see some correlations myself, but I just wanted to bring that sort of alt history of the site of Olympia in Greece to you. So let me now move on briefly to another topic, and the topic is Egyptian blue. Now, this idea of things being lost for up to 1,000 years and rediscovered, we see that a lot. And there's this blue pigment referred to as Egyptian blue that has sort of a similar story to it. It was also forgotten and then lost. And I believe it was rediscovered in the 1800s by a chemist. But this blue pigment, it was also used by the Romans and the Greeks, who borrowed it from the Egyptians, we're told. But it was in use up until the first millennium, and is another example of this Egyptian blue used as a glaze with regards to this hippo. But what we see a lot is that things that were prominent in the first millennium, they come to an abrupt end, and they're rediscovered in like the 17 or 1800s. And according to this particular website, the lost Egyptian blue color, no recipe to make Egyptian blue was ever written anywhere in the times of antiquity. Therefore, the original recipe was lost to history. So just an interesting thing that kind of just ties into this whole first millennium destructive event in my view. But the thing about Egyptian blue, it has a property of luminescence. So traces of the blue can be identified because they emit infrared light when red light is shone on them. So even if the paint deteriorates, you can shine a red light on the surface and it will pick up some of the luminescence from the Egyptian blue. So just an interesting note. But I came across an article talking about how they found traces of this Egyptian blue in I believe it's a church, St. Peter de Terrassa, is that right, in Barcelona? But the blue pigment, it was found in a Romanesque altarpiece in this church, but this church dates to the 12th century. So it's the interesting thing is we're told that Egyptian blue was lost after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, but it shows up in this Romanesque church from the 12th century. So it's an interesting story. There are 3 churches that are very close to each other, and the other 2, I believe, date to the 5th or 6th century AD, but we're told this church dates to the 12th century, but it's Romanesque, so it looks of Roman design. So maybe the date of this church is older than they're saying, but I'm still looking into it, so I'll have more to talk about in a future video. So I think that's all I have to say about Egyptian blue for now, and I think I'll wrap it up here for today. But once again, I wanted to give a big shout out to all my patrons. All your help and support is always greatly appreciated, and I thank you very much. So with that said, until next time, take care. Bye.
Hey.
Oh, you're back? You're back? Are you back?
Yeah, but I'm so tired. I can't.
You can't. All right.
Sit here.
Well, did you want to go over your New Year's being pagan thing?
Sure, I can handle it for a minute or so.
All right. Well, what is this? Is this your friend?
I can't see. No, it's just a guy checking out. He seems like a good guy.
Don't tell me that, please. What am I doing with my life? So I think everybody already knows, right? Everybody already knows. Every Christian, every atheist.
Look at his skin.
And mothers and grandmothers.
You see the aura that he has?
And aunts already
know.
To
me, you see.
Right? That
clean.
This is not a
Christian, well groomed.
December 25th is not a Christian holiday, right? There's no holidays in the Bible. There are holy days, right? Holidays they're like counterfeit holy days. I think it's enough of that, like it's enough, drilling people with, Christmas is pagan and the Christmas tree has nothing to do with Christ. And what are you gonna do when a stranger comes in your house and they don't know the culture, and you have to explain what this Christmas tree, how it's connected to Christ. I think everybody's already tired of all that. They just want to spend time with their families. I get that, right? I get that. But the one thing some people have been asking me is, what about New Year's Eve and New Year's? Is that pagan, or is that a Christian thing to celebrate this? Here's what I'm gonna say.
No.
Okay. First and foremost, the truth is, Christmas and New Year's Eve and New Year's, they're connected, right? Because back then,
the simple answer would just be like, I just want to say no. And then it would be over at 1 minute and 35 minutes. But this guy goes on for 8 more minutes about this.
The festival was called Saturnalia. It starts from December 25th, and it's a week-long festival, right? It's a week-long festival. So you can say that December 25th all the way to the New Year's Day, it's like the modern version of Saturnalia. It's a pagan tradition, right? But some people want to say, oh, well, Christmas, we put the Christ in Christmas because we're celebrating his birth and his life and his giving us life, right? Well, that's cool. And we celebrate New Year's because it's like the new beginning, right? Because God gave us a new beginning when he gave us Christ. I mean, that's cool too. I mean, if you guys want to celebrate it that way, hey, I'm not your judge, right? Whatever. And some people even say that, birthdays are pagan too. If you celebrate your birthday, that's also pagan because, they did it's self exaltation.
Yeah, look at his eyes. He does look stoned, dude. Look at those fucking pupils. I mean, I'm not judging either, but Melanie called them out.
Which, yeah, I could see that too. I could see that birthdays.
Melanie said
he looks high.
Some Christians
he
are
looks
say,
high.
oh, well, it's life because God gave us life. So I want to celebrate that.
I do.
Celebrate my birthday because God gave me life.
Look at his eyes. Look him in the eye.
Yeah. Tommy does.
Look at his eyes. Does he look like he's stoned? Melanie, what do you think? Does he look high? Is he bloodshot? What do you think? Glassy? A little glassy?
No.
You think it's the lighting? The computer screen behind him? Fucking
I think it's your eyes that you're seeing through bloodshot eyes. Okay.
I am stoned, but this guy looks stoned. Whatever.
On that day, right? Which is okay. That's fine. That's cool. I don't think you're sinning, or I don't think you're breaking any law or any command.
I asked Hugh TV to come on and do this presentation for me instead, but Hugh TV was busy tonight, so this was like
of God when you
this is like his stunt double he sent in.
When you take that and you glorify God, right? And you take Christmas and you glorify God, or you take New Year's and you glorify God. But me personally, I don't celebrate none. I don't celebrate Christmas. I don't celebrate.
Yeah, it's Hugh's standard.
I don't really celebrate my birthday anymore. I don't celebrate New Year's Eve. You know why? Because New Year's Eve.
I mean, Hugh's been really busy lately. You know what I mean? Like he wants to be on all these shows. He wants to, do the true thing, but he's just been a little busy. He's preoccupied. So we hired a few lookalikes. Some of them were okay. Some of them are better than others. Some days they seem like they're in a better mood, more like Hugh. He's still training them. He's, he has a whole school of acting where you can learn how to act, his mannerisms and things like that. But this guy, he's ahead of the class. He's doing better. Nancy, you like this one, right? Oh. He's at like a C+ right now. He's almost there. He's close.
The very core of New Year's Eve celebration is there's going to be a lot of sexual things. If you look on TV and how they celebrate New Year's, there's a lot of sexual things there, a lot of fornication type things, and there's a lot of things there, like alcohol and we're gonna pop champagne and we're gonna drink alcohol and on New Year's and things like that. So I stay away from celebrating the New Year's. I mean, if it's with family, Christmas and my birthday and New Year's and stuff like that. If it's with family and we're glorifying God and we're using it to glorify God, then that's fine. But personally, I don't celebrate Christmas. I don't celebrate my birthday. I don't celebrate New Year's anymore. I mean, if I happen to be there while people are celebrating Christmas and New Year's,
and that's his choice that he made for himself, and I feel like he's torturing himself, but good luck.
And my birthday, I mean, that's cool. But spiritually, inside, I don't celebrate none of these things. None of these things mean anything to me. And a lot of Christians now are being exposed to the truth.
Yeah, they are hiding
these
my
things
channel.
are not,
Thank you, Tommy.
Are not Christian, right? These things are not in the Bible.
Tommy, share it out. Share it out.
And a lot of Christians now are saying, oh, you know, it's pagan to do this and it's pagan to do that. And, you know, you shouldn't do this. And
Tommy, they cut my stream earlier for a 15-second clip. I don't even think that's legal. Isn't 15 like 10 to 15 seconds? Isn't that like you can legally play a clip for 15 seconds long, right? Like without them like copyright. It's a clip. It was so stupid.
And I think we shouldn't judge, which I've been accused of doing because of how I present the message. I'm trying to present the message in a way where people can gain the knowledge and people can gain the wisdom of the Bible.
They do
without
hate
them
me,
saying,
Tommy.
"Oh, I'm turned off with Christianity. I don't even want to read the Bible anymore," because that's had.
They won't monetize me. Nothing. I mean, even though it probably won't make a difference either way, but like they won't monetize me. All right, they won't do nothing for me. They just want to take my channels down. They just want me to go away and disappear, but they don't realize they'll never get rid of me. I have more channels than they know.
That's happened to me a lot of times on both sides. So Christmas, birthday, New Year's Eve or whatever. Yes, those things are not in the Bible, and we are not required to celebrate.
I haven't even made my own channels yet. Like in my own. Oh shit. I still have I haven't even made my own channels yet.
Those things. So if you don't want to celebrate those things, you're not required to do so. I personally don't celebrate those things. Really, the best alternative for us is to celebrate our baptism day. That's the best alternative for us, because you can still celebrate, you can still be with friends and family. You don't have to drink and smoke and none of that unchristian stuff. And you get to be with your family, you get to be with your friends, and you get to glorify God because it's celebrating your baptism.
I smoke and I drink, but I don't know. It's tough.
Baptism has nothing.
So this guy's saying in order to be Christian, you can't even smoke or drink. You have to be like stone cold sober, but he looks stoned.
Thing to do with self-exaltation and celebrating.
I don't know.
Celebrating, with the Yule log and with the Christmas tree and and the New Year's Eve and the New Year's festivities with the drinking and all that stuff has nothing to do with unchristian things, but has everything to do with glorifying God because you are baptized. You accept Christ. You accept Christ's birth. See, that's a birthday right there. That's also Christmas, right? You accept Jesus' birth, you accept his life, that celebration of life and celebration of the gift of life. You accept his death, burial, and resurrection. So you can replace Easter with celebrating your born again birthday, your baptism birthday, and you accept a new beginning. That's New Year's right there. So you can substitute New Year's for celebrating your baptism day. It symbolizes Jesus' birth into life, into human life. It symbolizes his life period, symbolizes his death, burial, and resurrection, and symbolizes a new beginning. So if you want to, you can quit celebrating Easter, Christmas, your birthday, and New Year's, and just celebrate your baptism day. That would be a better choice, and that would be a better alternative for Christians, right? But for those who still want to celebrate Christmas and still want to celebrate New Year's and their birthdays, hey, I have nothing against that. Go ahead. That's you. That's your relationship between you and God. I have nothing against that. But I think the better alternative, the best alternative for us is to celebrate our baptism day, because baptism does represent our accepting of Christ. So that's all I want to say to you guys in this new year. It's New Year Pagan.
Well, okay, I don't go that far, but whatever.
Traditional.
I'm a hippie.
Yeah.
I don't like to go for all the dogma and every little angle of my religion says to do this and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Because, okay.
I don't know. He seems a
I
little.
can go on for that.
He seems a little serious for me. So what's this?
Yeah, you got the right idea. The first part is the good part. I didn't.
Peace and blessings, everybody out there.
Here's
Go ahead and destroy this twisted, backwards, pagan holiday New
I didn't
Year.
even watch this one.
All praise and glory belongs to the Most High.
I don't know what you're getting.
I need a bathroom break.
The heavens and the earth has to say. In
And I gotta get
Exodus
my coffee
12, it's
started.
talking about the first Passover. Verse 1
Hey.
says,
Did he have pods? Maybe he took off the sound. I don't know. Oh yeah, New Year's is in spring. Live stream from the bidet. That's a live stream. You said say live stream. That's all. Well, live streaming. Or Beeb, New Year's prayer. Ay, la capacatecatula sin la pecatalaconia. Like that. Don't waver from any nuance or inflection. You must enunciate each. Like that. And otherwise, you will not contact correctly. You might get a wrong number. Wow, that's beautiful. I don't believe in God. Really? Look at that. Duh. Look, Melanin. Oh, not Melanie. Wow, that was cool. Good photography. Nissan. See? Car companies name their cars after weird stuff. You can't call it the Thunderbolt or the Blue, whatever. They always come up. They have to dig into weirdness. You can't have a normal name for a car. It has to be named Latin, or in this case, Jewish. It's like, can't you just make up? I mean, I make characters up for my stories all the time. I don't look into a book or into anything. I just make it up out of my head. I just create something constantly. What's wrong with people? I'm not human, or they're not human. Saturnalia. Happy Saturnalia. Singenalia. Happy Singenalia to you all. Kissing someone on the New Year's Eve. See? Boom. Sex. Get some alcohol. Kiss me. And then bam. What are we going to do next? Yeah, it's all about New Year's Eve. Boy, that sounds like a godly experience. Not. I'm not saying it's not fun. the same. We live in a weird world. I got some horns. I don't over here. Well, I do over here. Can I have your horns? No, they're mine over here. You can't have them. Well, I have a bigger nose than you. Yes, this is true. There's no sound for you guys, right? It's just like silly. I have a big nose. Well, I have horns. And there you will serve God, the works of man. Which neither see nor hear, nor eat nor smell. Sounds like boring time to me. Now, let's cut this tree down. Yes, very good. Then we're going to make some fireworks for it. No! We're going to rebuild it in the living room. Okay. And then get to work on making these little crafts and stuff to hang on about the tree. Really? But I was going to do... No! We must decorate this tree that we can cut down and put in our room. Because it's highly important to have a tree dying in our room with some bugs on it. We must have that every year. Oh, I agree. Let's get everyone and let's get the whole world to get on board with that. Oh, of course, every idea I come up with, the whole world just gets on board with it. I can just make stuff up. It's great. Schools start teaching it. Whatever I make up. What are we going to do next? I don't know. Let's just chop someone's head off, and then we'll call it Valentine's Day, and then we'll make it like a romantic thing. How's that going to work? Just trust me, it'll work. What do we got here? November 9th. December 10th. These. Who am I to diss? We're watching on TV. Nice. I'm eating candy cane. I'm celebrating Saturnalia. Julius Caesar. Julia. Caesar. Okay. Must have been a great guy just to like hang out with. Like, you know, you're probably walking on eggshells with that guy. Just don't say anything wrong. He'll chop your head off. What? That's all he'll do with you? He'll only chop your head off? Wow, what a nice guy. The last emperor would have you flayed in public. Chop your head off. That's not too bad. What we got here? That guy with the horns. Oh, yeah, okay. Right. Basically, they're very... What is it? Narcissistic. These kings and rulers or whatever. And then they might have connections to some aliens crap, too. Who knows? It's weird. Alien, demon, whatever you want to call it. Outer world, outer ponders. Disagree. Deuteronomy, man. Totally like Deuteronomy. Learn not the way of the heathen. You don't have to just be the heathen. Don't learn the way of the heathen. Just do it. See, I pick sentences apart. You better say what you mean. Because I can read into one sentence like that and it can say several things unless you particularly place each word in front of the other thusly. So it means one thing, not many things. The phrase you speak is thusly. The Roman sentence as precursor of the U.S. Senate. Half a building. Energy. Free energy buildings. Don't take either pill. Snap him out of his hand. Say, I don't take neither. Blah! Happy New Year 2022. Whee! Happy fucking New Year. Sorry. That was scary. Bamboozled. Aha. Everybody, let's just go get bamboozled. Yeah, sounds so fun. Ray's back, it appears. Once there was a way to talk to Ray.
So what
Am
was
I
that?
muted?
There was no sound that whole. There was no sound that whole time. Is that what just
I was
happened?
talking, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
I
I
know
was
you were
talking the whole time.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody
there
can
was-
hear you. Let me see.
I don't know. Could you guys hear me? I think they could hear me. If not, then I had fun.
Was there sound?
I entertained This is how I entertain myself.
Was there sound just now? Did I cut? Tell me. Did we lose sound?
There was no sound on the video, so I just talked. I don't know if there was. I don't know if
they could. Oh, they could hear you, but there was no sound on the video. All right. Well,
Oh,
we'll have to
good,
go
because
back.
I was letting them into my brain.
I got my coffee made at least. Nancy, you should have made my coffee, and then the sound would have been fine.
Well, she's been giving you the Turkish thick coffee recently, right? Like a tablespoon at the bottom of a little teacup.
Well,
Very thick Turkish coffee.
Suzanne in accounting really. She's been she's been up in arms lately in a
Peace and
tip.
blessings, everybody out there. Let's go ahead and destroy this twisted, backwards, pagan holiday New Year's. All praise and glory belongs to the Most High. First,
we're gonna watch it again.
The Creator of the heavens and the earth.
Can you hear it now?
Okay.
It's talking
Yeah,
about.
we had more fun, but we read it. And stuff.
Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt.
What are you saying? You don't need him to
You
explain
do
it?
you, Ray.
Do you need him to? Do you need him to explain it to y'all?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
we explained it. Yeah, we read it and talked about it and laughed. And
All right. I didn't know what you guys did. I wasn't even here. I was in the other room making coffee. All right. Many views, but great imagery. Okay.
I
let's
don't
see
know what this one is. I watched
Introducing the all-new Via Olympus.
I watched its first commercial. Wait, oh God, look at that. That shoe. I gotta go get it. Later,
so
I gotta
good.
go buy that shoe right now. I gotta go
Oh
buy
my
that
God.
shoe.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I need it. Jesus.
I bet these people do that. Well, they're not people. People do that.
yeah, Melanie.
This tablet is taken from the ruins of the Library of Ashburnipal, which was destroyed in 612 BC. Despite being less famous than the Library of Alexandria, the Library of Ashburnipal is both older and
bastards with their
Wait up.
When can I?
The library Ashburnishal is. Did you hear what he just said? Hold on one second.
Dude,
Let's go
he
back.
said it with an accent from
Hold
the
on.
London
Let's see something.
area. That place over there.
Despite being less famous than the Library of
Wait up. The Library of Ashburnishal is less famous than the Library of Alexandria? Who says that? I've always known about the Library of Vesper. I've never heard of the Alexandria one. Who is
Alexandria, the Library of Ashburnipal is both older and it's given us more, as around 10,000 ancient tablets have been recovered from its remains. This particular tablet is of importance to us, as it refers to the festival of Akitu, one of the earliest New Year festivals that we know of. First mentioned in the city of in the Pharaoh period around the middle of the 3rd millennium, the festival eventually spread out, being adopted by surrounding cities like Nippur, Adab, and Uruk, although it was celebrated slightly differently in each location as the locals put an emphasis on their own gods. It was celebrated twice a year, first on the autumn and then on the spring equinoxes, which marked the beginning of a new 6-month equinox year. The most important part of the celebrations were the procession out of, and eventually back into, the city by the city's chief deity, Nana, the moon in the case of This was a celebration of the triumph of Nana, who, especially in the autumn equinox, would triumph over the sun, Utu, spending longer in the sky. In Babylon, it was accompanied by the reading of the Enuma Elis to the god Marduk, who was believed to spend the 11-day festival battling the forces of chaos so that the world could be renewed again. There, the king would ritually give up the symbols of his power and humble himself before Marduk in the Essigil. The priest would then give him back his royal insignia. It is possible that a mock king was also crowned, who would eventually be ritually sacrificed before the end of the festival, so he could assist Marduk in his fight against the forces of chaos, although this has been heavily disputed by scholars. The Akitu New Year festivals were celebrated from the 3rd to the 1st millennium BC, and the Roman Emperor Elagabalus, who had once been head priest to the sun god Elagabal, briefly encouraged the celebration of a ceremony largely agreed to have been inspired by the Akitu celebrations. Despite its age, the Akitu festival is not the oldest New Year festival we have evidence of. The ancient Egyptians celebrated a number of New Year's festivals over their long period of dominance, partially because traditions changed as time went on, and partially because of their use of
we have evidence of plenty of New Year's festivals.
3 separate calendars. There was the Wepet Renpet, the first day of the civil calendar, the Nehebkau festival, which celebrated the rebirth of Osiris, the Peret Septet, which signified the rebirth of Sirius as it reappeared in the night sky after an absence of 70 days, and the Sed or Hebsed festival, which occurred only after the pharaoh had reigned for 30 years, and it was then carried out once every 3 years after that. Of these, the oldest is the Sed festival, which is believed to have been pre-dynastic, taking it back before the 4th millennium and into the mists of prehistory. The earliest certain evidence for it is from the tomb of the 1st dynasty pharaoh Den in Abydos, where Den is depicted crossing the field, an important part of the Sed festival, where the pharaoh had to dance or run across a field in the direction of each of the 4 winds, first wearing the crown of northern Egypt and then wearing the crown of southern Egypt. Doing so would symbolically dedicate Egypt to the gods and assert the pharaoh's authority over the land. But the most important part of the ceremony was the sitting of the thrones, where the pharaoh would sit first on the throne of northern Egypt and then on the throne of southern Egypt. The Sed festival was important, as it was seen as a renewal of the pharaoh's potency and a rejuvenation of their rulership. However, as time moved on, other New Year's festivals came to the fore, and gifts became a big part of them. In the tomb of Januna, the pharaoh is displayed as receiving gifts at the start of the civil new year, many of which would have been given to officials as marks of royal favour. During both the Wepet Renpet and the Nehebkau festival, tombs were lit in the Theban necropolis, and the festivities were celebrated by banqueting in the tomb chamber, and by the bringing of offerings and bouquets by family members and friends. So, the Mesopotamian and ancient Egyptian New Year festivals are some of the oldest that we know about, and we can see beyond doubt that celebrating the New Year absolutely did not originate in the modern world or with Christianity. But the Mesopotamian and ancient Egyptian religions are not usually exactly what people mean when they talk about paganism. So, let's go forward now and look at the New Year festivals of pagan Europe. Here we could probably start and end with the 567 AD Council of Tours, whose Canon 22 states, "Some still hold fast the old error that they should honour the 1st of January. Others, on the festival of the Sea of Peter, present meat offerings to the dead and partake of meats which have been offered to demons. Others revere certain rocks or trees or fountains, etc. The priests should root out these heathenish superstitions." Here the Church Fathers are admonishing pagans for celebrating New Year's on January the 1st. It's not clear if the activities they discuss are being done by pagans on January the 1st or on the festival of the Sea of Peter, which was on January the 18th. But we can learn more about pagan celebrations of New Year's from the Church's repeated attempts to stop them from doing so. From the Synod of Uxia during the late 6th century, we find the following activity censured. New Year's Day mummers disguised as stags or young female animals. We get more detail about this custom from the historian Rudolf Arbsmann discussing the censuring of pagans by Caesarius Valls on New Year's Day. From the context in both sermons, it is quite clear that Caesarius refers to the somewhat disorderly New Year's Day masquerade at which the participants, wearing grotesque masks, roam for sport through the streets of towns and villages. Our sources throw no light whatsoever on the initial significance of the beast mimicry of the calends of January. Its origin was buried in oblivion, both for those who objected to it and for those who practiced it. However, a number of monumental remains from Roman Gaul leave no doubt that the stag figured prominently in the religious thought and ritual of the Celts. So Arnold and Nilsson have independently suggested that the custom of cavulum facere, dressing up as stags, which troubled Caesarius and other leading churchmen, was a survival of the cult which had once been paid to the old stag-horned Celtic god Cernunnos. About 30 representations of this god are known, some in stone, some in bronze. A partly damaged yet awe-inspiring head of the bearded god, crowned with antlers from which torques are suspended, was discovered on the remains of a Celtic altar beneath the Cathedral of Notre Dame de Paris in 1711. If I was feeling poetic, I'd say that the discovery of the statue of a pagan god under one of the most monumental landmarks of the Christian world is a fitting metaphor here. We may not know for certain the origins of the pagan New Year's stag masquerade, but it being a leftover of the cult of the pagan stag god Cernunnos isn't a bad guess. On another note, we do have a New Year's Day sermon from St. Augustine that is quite explicit about the New Year's activities of pagans at Hippo in Roman Africa. Are you going to take part in the New Year's Day celebrations? Are you, just like a pagan, going to play dice and become intoxicated? They seek pleasure in dissolute songs. They run to the theatre. The demons are pleased with deceptive songs, with worthless shows, with the varied foulness of the theatre, with the frenzy of the circus, with the cruelty of the amphitheatre. Apart from the amphitheatre, Augustine could almost be talking to a modern audience. There's no beast mimicry here, just getting drunk, playing games and singing. Similarly in the East, St. John Chrysostom, discussing the New Year celebrations of the Antiochans, denounced the all-night devilish celebrations which are going on today, the tauntings, the invectives, the night-long dances, the ridiculous comedy. Again, it sounds more like what we used to.
That sounds like my show. Hold on 1 second. Let's go back to that. All right. Antiochians announced the all-night devilish celebrations which are going on today. Hold on. Hold on. Let's
wait. All night today?
Devilish. Look.
Celebrations which are going on today.
Look.
The taunting.
Look. The tauntings, the invectives, the night-long dances, the ridiculous comedy.
The invectives, the night-long dances, the ridiculous comedy. Again, it sounds more like what we used to. Later in the medieval period and originating in medieval January the 1st saw the Feast.
You should take that clip out and use it for a late night live commercial.
The Fools. What did this involve? Well, it involved
get
gambling,
rabbit
and getting
costume.
drunk. Stunningly, the church wasn't too keen on this, and in 1445,
Random
the
fan said.
Paris addressed a letter to the bishops of France condemning the feast. Priests and clerks may be seen wearing masks and monstrous visages at the hours of office. They dance in the choir dressed as women, pandas or minstrels. They sing wanton songs. They eat black pudding at the horn of the altar while the celebrant is saying mass. They play at dice there. They sense with stinking smoke from the soles of old shoes. They run and leap through the church without a blush at their own shame. Finally, they drive about the town and its theatres in shabby traps and carts, and rouse the laughter of their fellows and the bystanders in infamous performances with indecent gestures and verses, scurrilous and unchaste. The feast was first mentioned in the 11th century, and academics largely agree that it has pagan origins, sharing much in common with the pagan Roman New Year festival of Saturnalia, showing the continuity of pagan New Year celebrations well into the medieval period. The Feast of Fools died out in the 16th century, but the early modern era still marked the new year with gift-giving and even New Year's resolutions. In 1621, Nehemiah Wallington wrote, "As I lay in my bed, I did purpose on New Year's Day to begin a new life." Writing 8 years later, Nehemiah seems to admit that he didn't quite manage to succeed in his resolution. Despite the 400 years of separation, I'm sure both us and him can sympathise with the 6th of January 1883 edition of the Worcester Journal, which points out that it unfortunately happens that New Year's Day resolutions are often of the most transitory kind, and they pass away almost with the mists of the morning on which they are formed. And so the celebration of New Year's in various forms is so old it is not even ancient, stretching back even further into the mists of prehistory. And although many traditions have been lost, few of us dress up in stag costumes nowadays, many customs, New Year's games, and of course drunken revelry remain with us to this day. Are there any New Year's customs you'd like to bring back? Why not tell me in a comment below? And don't forget to subscribe to see future videos. A shout out to my patrons who help me make...
There you go. And then what's this one? Nothing. All right. Cool.
Happy Saturnalia to all of you.
Thank you, Singe.
I'm so tired. I'm falling asleep.
All right. Well,
You're
here's the
welcome.
I like this one. We've been
This hour was brought to you by Dolly Parton. Thank you, Dolly.
Hey everybody, welcome back for another video. Today we're going to be talking about the Nephilim look like clowns with a focus on the Phantom Clown Scare of 1981. Now, once again, I thought I was retired, but I came across some more information that I found really interesting. So I wanted to present it to you guys. Maybe you'll feel the same way. So let's get into it. Now, prior to 2016, the clown panic, I wasn't aware of any other clown scares in our past, but turns out in 1981 that was the precursor to what happened in 2016. And you have articles like this talking about these phantom clowns terrorizing the US since 1981. And there's other articles saying the creepy clown sightings actually started in the 80s. And I just put together several of these articles just mentioning how the clown scare of 1981 might have started in Massachusetts, and it appeared across Boston. So there is an interesting aspect to this clown scare of 1981, because when we start to look at it and then look at what happened in 2016, we're going to see a whole lot of similarities. And it almost looks like in both cases, a lot of this has been engineered. So we're going to look at that. So we have these sightings of clowns in 1981 primarily. So let's get a little more detailed information from some of these articles. Basically, you had children were reporting that evil clowns attempted to lure them into vans. And the clowns were actually never seen by adults. And there were no arrests, no photographs, and no evidence, and no abductions. And this person here, Loren Coleman, I guess he coined the term phantom clowns. But to this day, the 1981 phantom clowns remains a total mystery. Okay, so we've got all these sightings of clowns by children, and these clowns are attempting to lure children into vans. That'll come into play later. And back in 2016, they interviewed this person again, this Loren Coleman. He was just talking about the phantom clown theory that dates back to 1981. Okay, so what was the other thing that happened in early 1980s as well? You had, and I'm just going to refer to it as the panic, just to try to avoid the algorithm, but there was a lot of concern and a lot of panic with regards to this right here. So that was the second thing that was going on in and around that time frame. And the third thing, as you can see here, you had the rise of Dungeons and Dragons.
That was
how Dungeons and Dragons became a part of the 1980s panic.
That was funny. That's that piece of shit, Tom Hanks. Of course he's part of it.
What I'm trying to lay out, there's a whole chain of events here. You have these clown sightings. You have the rise of this panic, and then you also have the rise and the spread of Dungeons and Dragons. And it turned out that there was a book written in 1981 called Mazes and Monsters, and they adapted that into a made-for-TV movie called Mazes and Monsters, and it featured actually Tom Hanks. I think it was maybe his first starring role. But interesting thing about that book cover, if we looks a little suspect, doesn't it?
What
If
a
we
great
turn it
guy.
on its side, an interesting number. But getting
Melanie
back
Moran.
to the made-for-TV movie,
Mud Mob.
Monsters, they actually flashed this graphic right at the beginning of the movie. So just an interesting side note. Another thing about the whole mazes and monsters and what happened around this time, there was a missing student who they believed was lost in tunnels, and there was a big media frenzy around it. There was a search to find this person who went.
He was a mud flooder that went looking in the tunnels and got.
I'm kidding, right? I think it's funny.
This guy was a mud flooder, and he went looking in the tunnels and he got lost.
Missing the student, and it turned out that I guess he wasn't down there, but the media was running with it anyway, and just a big debacle. But tunnels features into this as well. There's a big focus on tunnels, on Dungeons and Dragons, and on the panic, and on the clown sightings, and also what happens after all of this, after the clown scare. You have the release of Stephen King's It.
Well, that's a scary story.
Later, 5 years.
Okay, I've seen Batman.
Pennywise is
I'm so tired. I'm gonna fall asleep.
So that's an interesting chain of events. Well, let's flash forward to 2016 when you had the clown panic of that year. So police were on alert as clowns tried to lure children into the woods. So we had in 1981, there were clowns trying to lure children into vans. In 2016, clowns trying to lure children into the woods. And crisis got so bad, the White House was deferring to the FBI. Stephen King hits hysteria, and apparently the World Clown Association is not happy, or was not happy, about these people dressing up as clowns. Now, you had this craze was sweeping social media, including Twitter. So we had all these clown sightings once again. And just like in 1981, then what else went viral in 2016? I'm not going to use this word. I'm just going to say gate, try to avoid the algorithm. But this whole situation involving gate happened, went viral, and it was actually referred to as the panic of our age. So the panic related to this subject ramped up again in 2016, just like it did in 1981. Interesting. And there was another offshoot of the gate, and that is underground tunnels. Once again, these things just keep popping back up. So again, I think all this, it's engineered. I don't doubt there's a reality to a lot of these things. I'm not saying there's no truth in them. I'm just saying they were being spread by the mainstream, and they're fanning the flames. Now, what happens after these things? What else happens in 2016? You have the release of Stranger Things. And what is a aspect of Stranger Things? It is Dungeons and Dragons. You had the real star of Stranger Things is Dungeons and Dragons. So the rise in popularity of Dungeons and Dragons is a direct result of Stranger Things. And they're still, I think, in season 4 of Stranger Things, it's even featured a little more prominently. It's just the timing of it all, it's just so interesting. We got, just like in 81, we have the clowns trying to lure children, all the clown sightings. Then we have the rise of this panic that goes viral due to this, and it involves these tunnels as well. And then we have the Stranger Thing rolls out, and they reintroduce Dungeons and Dragons to the mainstream once again. And what comes after this, the next year, the movie It is it comes back to the big screen. And there's just these eerie similarities. And I don't think they're just coincidences. I think this was crafted. I think these events were crafted. And this is just an article. I guess because of release of the movie in 2017, people were interested in getting their hands on the 1986 novel, It by Stephen King. And this is just some bookstore in London, Ontario, saying they were out of the book from 1986. So just fascinating. Like I just never really, I didn't even know about the 1981 scare. And I didn't realize they're all the similar events, the panic, Dungeons and Dragons, the clown sightings, tunnels and the release of the book. And in 2016 and 17, you have the movie instead of the book. Just wild stuff. So I just wanted to bring this to your guys' attention. And I think I'll leave it here with that. But let me just do a quick update on B.O.B. Now, somebody mentioned this song that came out by Outkast called Bombs Over Baghdad. And I've heard of this song. I just didn't know that it was actually also referred to as B.O.B. and it was written like this. I've never actually seen the video, but I've heard the song, but I wasn't aware that it was laid out like that. And of course, when you watch the video, there's just a ton of references to Bob, and you have the obligatory person with a painted white face. And I came across another song called The Bob Song that was sung by Willie Nelson, but it was actually first released by this duo, Big and Rich, in 2004. But some of the lyrics, it just talks about once knowing a pirate named Bob, and then actually spells out B.O.B. Bob, and then B.O.B. Bob again. So that's kind of this repetition. I just wonder if they're working these things into some of these songs, because B.O.B. pops up a lot. And this whole Bob Dobbs, I've mentioned this before, but this song from the Monkees called Zilch in 1967. It has this repetitive pattern with Bob and Bob Dobbs. And you can also see that, I think this was Del, the Funky Homo Sapien, Mr. Doublina. Some of the lyrics talk about Bob and Bob Dobbs again, and it repeats. And then there was the song by, Think for Yourself by the Cottonmouth Kings featuring the Insane Clown Posse. And there were some lyrics that were repetitive, talking about Mr. Bob Dobbs, Bob Doublina, all that stuff. So it appears in many, many songs, and you have to wonder what they're getting at. So that's all I have with regards to that. And I think that's about it for today. But I have an idea for one more video, actually, with regards to another subject. So I might have to hold off my semi-retirement once again.
All right. Well, wow, I got 20. Oh, hold on. 23 people here. It's pretty good. Who we got? Rasta, Machine Head, Sailing Fan Man. What's up? Wow, we're doing pretty well tonight. Melanie Moran, Gary Dorsal. Just bored. I didn't expect all these people to show up. God. Chrissa M. I am flattered. Wow. Tons of people. Trisha C. Melanie Moran is here. Oh my. Wow. Who else do we have? Level Realm. Machine Head. Tommy. So many. Morgan. Scott. Wow. A lot of people here tonight. Emilio's man. I didn't forget you. Bob Marley. Shout out to Bob Marley. Glenn from Boston. All right. I don't know. I gotta find more stuff to do. I'm kind of bored now. What do you want me to do? I came to a spot. Singeman disappeared. I ran out of stuff. I'll figure something else out. I'll survive.
I might have smoked a lot of pot. Sometimes I can't talk, sometimes I can't walk, sometimes I can't leave at all. Sometimes my girl makes me want to leave the mall. Why can't I rest? Something always gotta manifest. Please, baby girl, put your man to rest. Yeah, the long day, bitch, and take that test. All we do is make records, and call you motherfuckers disrespect this. Now it's time to get a little reckless. I was going to say let's get a little breakfast, but it's dinner time. I never remember, never mind. I learn from the mistakes that I make. Why do they call me the snake? Wake and bake like the cake that I make. Or should I say shake and bake? I've said before I made mistakes, but it takes a few times. Then I puke lines, lose I'm a slow learner, drone burner. It's simple math, add and subtract. Listen to my rap, sing, have a laugh. Don't have an asthma attack.
My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. I survive. I survive.
Yo, rap money ain't fast money. When you ask people fake, but they fucking act funny. And that's funny, because they'd rather download it for free than to buy my CD to help support me. And that's a fact, money. But they love to listen to the dumb stuff I rhyme, then they let their guns butt like some dumb fucks. I might be a young fuck from Boston, not down south like young fuck. I know a white man that has a tattoo that says white trash under a dump truck. Hooked on phonics worked for me. I was hooked on chronic perfectly. It hits a main nerve, but there's more to see. Like the bud with the purple leaves from a purple tree. It just means more to me. I'll beat your herb ass to the curb fast. I know where the
ups and downs, ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. I survive. I survive.
I've been down the road, wasn't an easy place for me to go. You know what I mean? Felt like I was walking through life barefoot in the snow. God damn it, this world is so cold. Gotta get a grip. Every time I turn around, I roll another blunt and take another sip. What the fuck is my mind? Is it stuck in a state where I'm thinking I'm still locked up in a cage? I'm waking up in a rage, but I'm free. So let me just do me, nigga. We gotta make it in this rapping shit, cause I'm used to the streets hustling and clapping shit. But you know what? If I ain't got nothing else, then that's just it. I'ma roll with it, and I'ma roll with it and roll with it until I'm in the dirt bed, cause shit I did.
My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. My ups and downs, my ins and outs, ask me how I survive. I survive. I survive.
It's weird, yeah.
I've heard somebody else tell a story about it.
I got the chorus down. It's the Mandela effect. We're shifting again. It's the Mandela effect. Everything's different again. You know? So, yeah, ready? I started looking at the Mandela effect. It blew my mind. The shit wasn't correct. Trying to figure out just how it connects and what the fuck I was gonna do next. It's the Mandela effect. We're shifting again. The Monopoly man. Monocle is missing again. I think they even got to the Michelin man. In the Statue of Liberty, it keeps switching the hand.
Did you know your reality is being put to the test? The Panama Canal no longer runs east to west. Things you are sure happen never did in this reality. The crunchy cereal with the captain now has the apostrophe. I started noticing changes in like 2014. It was JFK, the sixth seater that seemed so obscene. Many people will try and call me a loon, but hold up, wait, they even changed the spelling of Looney Tunes.
Okay. I used to eat a Chick-fil-A every day before they added the K.
So what's causing this? Many want to know. Well, I don't think it's CERN. It's just a magic show. Satanists doing rituals while scamming mad dough. Sounds familiar like liars that always show us the globe. NASA, NIST, CERN, and more. We really need to show these corrupt agencies the door. I don't think this phenomenon is caused by man. I think it's a great awakening. It may be God trying to contact us the best way he can. For me, Flat Earth, Mandela, and our dreams are all connected. Look at the pull some people in that I can intersect with.
The bridge. Yeah, alright, cool. So I didn't screw you over. Alright, cool. Alright, here we go. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear that?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Alright. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? We're the center. The sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with the rocket? I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a conversation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comments. You want it. Leave another useless comment in the morning. The earth is flat. Tell me what you gonna do about it. What you gonna do about it? We know it's flat, and there is a bunch of us. Them globies munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. With a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. They got asteroids, asteroids, and asteroids too. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. There's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat. There's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat. It's fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. How did the voice?
All right. I just noticed a bunch of new videos pop up from Voynich,'s second favorite Mandela Effect channel. This is Voynich,'s second favorite Mandela Effect channel. He highly recommends it. It's number 2, his second one. This is Recall Vector. There's a lot of videos up here, but this one, look. Oh my God, Adam's first wife was Lilith, not Eve. All right, I don't know. Isn't Lilith in like the Jewish version of the Bible or whatever? That's what I thought. I heard Lilith is in the Jewish story of this, the Garden of Eden. I don't know. I always knew about it. I didn't know the whole story. I heard of Lilith, but I didn't know that was the story behind it. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not the one to ask. Let's see what this is. Bruce Springsteen, EEN. Bruce. All right, let's see. Let's see if they bought me for this.
There was a big Twitter argument last year that I would love for you to settle.
Hang on a second. I don't have a recall of this. Could have got by me. Anyone else? Anyone else? Unaware that there was a fierce debate on the internet with a bunch of regular people, not on a YouTube channel that talks about the Mandela Effect? That's kind of hard to imagine that I didn't hear anything about this.
In the song Thunder Road, Some people say the lyric is, a screen door slams, Mary's dress sways.
A screen door slams, Mary's dress sways.
Now, this is a tricky one because in the current reality stream, the current Bruce Springsteen, who spells his name teen like a teenager, T-E-E-N, is first of all a different Bruce Springsteen for me, because the Bruce Springsteen I know spelled his name T-I-E-N. And I know that's only one letter, but that's a pretty big change. Not like her. I mean, how do you spell her name? Zoe. For me, she was Z-O-E-Y.
Yeah.
But for my son, she was Z-O-E, and we used to watch Elf together all the time when he was a little kid. In the current reality stream, she was Z.
No way.
O-E.
Zoe.
So in the current reality stream, this Bruce Springsteen sings Sways, S-W-A-Y-S. But for me and many, it was Waves, W-A-V-E-S. And it still exists on the record itself.
Screen door slams, Mary's dress waves. The screen door slams, Mary's dress waves.
And when the Bruce Springsteen sang it that I know, it was obvious that it was Waves. Just as obvious.
Is Waves?
Nice. That's crazy. So in the original record, it didn't. His writing didn't change when he wrote the lyrics in the original. And he was singing it he took the update for 50 years and was singing it the new way. That's crazy, Bruce Springsteen.
The past has changed and continues to do so, but the changes some have noticed are nothing compared to what's coming. And the cause is a secret that must never be known. Mr. President, some folks on YouTube are on to us. We need to infiltrate the biggest Mandela Effect channel. Their plan is simple: cause doubt and confusion, and blame their memories and perception. But one YouTube channel has discovered the truth. Memory destination. Mandela Effect is real as fuck, and residual evidence exists. Good news, Mr. President. Gold Coin 69 is working for us.
Nice. Nice. Good one. I like it. I like it. All right, let's see what else we got here. I think there was a few more. He makes good videos.
The past has changed and continues to do so, but the changes some have noticed are nothing compared to what's coming.
This is the one we just saw? Yeah. That's the one we just saw. Hold on. Go back. Maybe not. No, maybe not. Maybe it's not, because it would have said we watched it, right? Let's check it out. This might be different.
And the cause is a secret that must never be known. Mr. President,
No,
some
it's the
folks
same
on
one.
YouTube are on to us. We need to infiltrate the biggest Mandela Effect channel. Their plan is simple: cause doubt and confusion, and blame their memories.
Yeah, this is the same one. All right. Let's see. So, this one.
The 16 of you are among the top unknown professional light heavyweights and middleweights in the country.
Over the next 50 days, two legends in the world of mixed martial arts will be instrumental in deciding who wins the UFC contracts.
Stephan Bonnar and Diego Sanchez are in a confrontation with each other over asparagus heads.
Yeah, I have been known to provoke him. That's the only way to bring it to his attention.
No more playing stupid. You know what asparagus is.
I do know what asparagus is now. He's like, you gotta listen to me. I'm like, I'm not listening. And I was like, you're gonna make me listen? What's up?
The UFC can't fire you up. I don't know who can.
Fired up.
Are you fighters? Are you fighters? Pardon my speech.
I'm not sure why Stephan's so upset about it.
He's my friend. For the closest guy I have here, and my roommate and training partner, and I'm just gonna miss him.
First off, one more second here. Frank, Lorenzo, and I have gotten together, and we've decided there is no loser in this fight, and we're gonna offer Stephan Bonnar a 6-figure contract with the UFC.
Sad Christmas 2022 for me and many. Tears running down my face last night on Christmas Eve. I had already been a huge cage fight fan before The Ultimate Fighter started, but there was nothing like that show because you really got to know the fighters, and that's the show that got my girlfriend to be a cage fight fan. When I saw the news last night that Stephan Bonnar died at 45, she recognized the name, but she wasn't sure who it was. And I showed her his photo, and she says, oh God. She loved the American Psycho too. But I know there's a lot of confused fight fans out there today, because in the current reality stream, he was Stephan, Stephan, Bonnar, Bonnar, but not for me. He was Stephan, Stephen, Bonnar, Bonner. And as every one of you residue hunters know already, this reality-changing process is just making an absolute mess of things. Most articles have multiple differences of how Stephan and Bonnar is spelled, as if multiple parallel reality streams have merged. And of course, the majority of fight fans today will believe
I think there was one more. This one. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Apparently is a forgotten Monopoly rule. Apparently is a forgotten
Monopoly Wolf. Apparently it is a forgotten Monopoly Wolf. Apparently it is a forgotten Monopoly Wolf. Apparently it is a forgotten Monopoly Wolf. Apparently it is a forgotten Monopoly Wolf. Apparently it is a forgotten Monopoly Wolf.
Haha, bullshit. This is a huge change.
Monopoly. How to play. The object of the game is to be the last player standing. Lay out the board, and each player picks a token and places it on go. Give each player $1,500 divided as follows: 2 500s, 100s, and 50s, 6 20s, and 5 10s, 5s, and 1s. All the remaining money stays with the game and is called the bank. One person is the banker and manages the money of the bank, which must stay separate from their player money. Place the property cards, houses, and hotels with the bank. Shuffle the chance and community chest cards and place them face down on their spots on the board. Each player rolls the dice, and the player with the highest total goes first, then play proceeds clockwise. On your turn, roll both dice and move your token exactly that many spaces clockwise around the board. If you land on an unowned property, you may buy it from the bank for the listed price. You receive the property card and place it face up in front of you. If you do not wish to buy it, then the bank sells it at auction to the highest bidder.
Holy shit. Get the fuck out of here.
If a player decides not to buy a property that they landed on, the banker still removes it from the bank and then sells it at an auction. Any player, including the person who initially passed on the property, can shout out a price they're willing to pay, starting at $10 and then increasing by as little as $1 after that. Players will keep trying to outbid each other, calling out higher prices until only one person remains. The property is then sold to that player who had the highest bid. And what this means is that whether the current player buys the property or not, it is likely that someone will have bought it before the turn is over. That said, if no one offers a bid on the property at all, it will just go back to the bank.
You play by the real rules. Do you know what they are? It's literally in the rules. Nobody knows about it. I've never heard about it. I've been playing Monopoly my whole life.
No way, never. If you didn't buy the property, that was the end of your turn. Next guy rolled. And if he landed on it, he had the choice to buy it or not. Never was there an auction. I love this rule, but this did not exist in my past. And I'm looking forward to playing the next game of Monopoly with this current reality streams rule, which is different than it was in my past. But I believe this is a much, much better game with this rule. I like it when a change occurs and it's a superior change. The inferior changes are frustrating, but this I like. So whether it's one of CERN's particle accelerators and detectors like the Large Hadron Collider or SLAC's dark matter detector that made this happen for us, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because I really like this game. I played it when I was a kid, and then I played it with my kid. Haven't played it in a while, but now I want to go and play a game of Monopoly from another reality stream, because that's what this is.
So what do we got? 16 people here?
This is our 1,000 plus subscribers celebration.
Yeah.
Watch. I attempted to watch this on here a few times already, but we didn't get through it. But we'll get through it tonight because there's nothing else better to do. All right. We watched some of it. What's up, Beersworth? Mudsworth? Bear Mud? Muddy Bear?
Welcome. This video will be a wrap-up of the last two videos, so make sure you've seen both videos. The first one is the repopulation postcards with the cabbage patches, and the second is the first movie, La Fea Shoe, from 18.
Mudslide Bear?
This video was inspired by a post by KD, so
I don't know if
shout
there's
out to
already
him.
one, but
This isn't a new idea.
I'm just throwing
but
ideas at you.
It's interesting to revisit this concept now that more information is being discovered.
Mudflood Bear?
Many
Is there
thought
one?
that we were
They might
literally
already do one
saying
of
that we
those.
came from cabbages. This video will assist in explaining the last two videos. So, what are these postcards referring to? It would seem that the postcards are referring to some type of recent seeding process.
I got it. Bearsworth. You should change your name to Mud Mob Bear. Mud Mob Bear.
Or cloning process, meaning the cabbages are but a symbol for rebirth, a symbol for the female genitalia, the similarity to the shape of a baby head, and the idea that humans were farmed in mass quantities, meaning that this is referring to some type of operation in which they were baby factories, babies being produced in vast quantities for some type of purpose. As many have mentioned, there is even a eugenics component to this, where specific phenotypes were selected depending on the goal at hand. With the Alice Guy films, we learned not only is the origin of movies shrouded in mystery, but that these first
Also, Jen just did a whole bunch of stuff on this. Jen and Chapu did a lot of, like maybe I think 2 streams on this.
films were quite occult, using symbols to create a certain state of consciousness. This strange old film was used to promote the incubators at the Paris World Fair in 1896. So this operation must have some connection to the incubators. We have a reference that we'll go over later that's from this exact time period that discusses where they got these premature babies. Oh, and later we're going to discuss this movie that talks about all of this stuff. But I wanted to bring it up because it seems that the Cabbage Patch videos did so good that on Netflix, number 5 is Storks. And that movie is from 2016, so it's strange. Either people are watching it now and the AI has it up on the top list, or they recently added it, which is still interesting because there are some very blatant symbolism in that movie. I don't believe that timing is a coincidence. But before we get to that, are there any ancient
Whoa, look
references
how many
to any
boobs
type
that one
of
has.
repopulation factories? We've made references to this before, but now is the perfect time to dive into the detail on the ancient symbol of Artemis, or Diana of Ephesus. Diana is the Latin name and Artemis Greek. She was essentially the great mother goddess of fertility. Artemis, in classical mythology, is associated with the virgin goddess of the hunt, forest, and animals. But strangely, Ephesus being located in Asia Minor saw a great deal of Oriental influence mixing with the Greek, creating an entirely new symbol. The Ephesians believed both Artemis and Apollo to have been born in a grove called Ortygia, which is also very close to the ancient Greek name for Ireland, Ogygia, the ancient land of forest, which would have been the birthplace of the first repopulation center after the flood of many ancient religious texts. So the Ephesians believed that their gods, the ones that they dedicated their entire lives to worshipping, are themselves born of an ancient grove. But not only that, they put an extra emphasis on the symbol of fertility, depicting their goddess with many breasts, or what looks like eggs, and her legs are held tightly together. In Strabo's geography, he states that, quote, on the same coast, slightly above the sea, is also Ortygia, which is a magnificent grove of all kinds of trees, of the cypress most of all. It is traversed by the Kentrius River, where Leto is said to have bathed herself after her travail. For here is the mythical scene of the birth, and of the nurse Ortygia, and of the holy place where the birth took place, and of the olive tree nearby, where the goddess is said first to have taken a rest after she was relieved from her travail. Above the grove lies Mount Solmisus, where it is said that Curetes stationed themselves and with the din of their arms frightened Hera out of her wits when she was jealously spying on Leto, and when they helped Leto to conceal from Hera the birth of her children. There are several temples in the place, some ancient and others built in later times, and in the ancient temples are many ancient wooden images. But in those of later times, there are the works of Scopas, for example, Leto holding a scepter and Ortygia standing beside her with a child in each arm. A general festival is held there annually, and by a certain custom they use via for honor, particularly in the splendor of their banquets there. At that time also, a special college of the Curetes holds symposiums and performs certain mystic sacrifices. End quote. Her temple was in the ancient city of Ephesus, a great port city. This temple was one of the 7 wonders of the world and was described as the largest temple or building of antiquity. This ancient structure served as a place for cult worship, with mystical rituals involving sacrifice to this multi-breasted goddess of divine fertility. This temple was not only a religious center, but an economic center. It was an essential bank, as no one dared to steal from a holy place. It was supposedly the largest bank of its time. The temple was rebuilt multiple times throughout history. A variety of different versions were said to have been constructed, as it was destroyed by many different invaders, including Christians who tore it down to remove all pagan remains.
At Big Y, the holidays get us thinking about how magic.
Fuck the holidays. I'm done. Holidays are over.
Operations were not limited to one location. Yet, many legends refer to this idea of the mother goddess and her children, for many of these histories have been disguised in the form of myth. In Plato's most prized work, Timaeus, he reveals the secret of cycles and resets of advanced civilizations, and that there have been more than one deluge. Quote, in the first place, you remember a single deluge only, but there were many previous ones. In the next place, You do not know that there formerly dwelt in your land the fairest and noblest race of men which ever lived, and that you and your whole city are descended from a small seed or remnant of them which survive. End quote. Now, at first it may seem as just a literary device, but the term seed is used again in Timaeus. Quote, Solon marveled at his words and earnestly requested the priest to inform him exactly in order about these former citizens. You are welcome to hear about them, Solon, said the priest, both for your own sake and for that of your city, and above all, for the sake of the goddess who is the common patron and parent and educator of both our cities. She founded your city 1,000 years before ours, receiving from the earth and Hephaestus the seed of your race, and afterwards she founded ours. End quote. Later in Timaeus, it gets very alchemical and begins describing the creation of man using the same terminology. Quote, the bones and flesh and other similar parts of us were made as follows. The first principle of all of them was the generation of the marrow. For the bonds of life which unite the soul which the body are made fast there, and they are the root and foundation of the human race. The marrow itself is created out of other materials. God took such of the primary triangles as were straight and smooth, and were adapted by perfection to produce fire and water, and air and earth. These, I say, he separated from their kinds, and mingling them in due proportions with one another, made the marrow out of them to be a universal seed of the whole race of mankind. And in this seed, he then planted and enclosed the souls, and in the original distribution, gave to the marrow as many and various forms as the different kinds of souls were hereafter to receive. That which, like a field, was to receive the divine seed, he made round every way and called that portion of the marrow brain, intending that when an animal was perfected, the vessel containing the substance should be the head. But that which was intended to contain the remaining immortal part of the soul he distributed into figures at once around and elongated, and he called them all by name, marrow, and to these, as to anchors fastening the bonds of the whole soul, he proceeded to fashion around them the entire framework of our body, constructing for the marrow, first of all, a complete covering of bone. End quote. Timaeus continues to describe in detail how the gods created us and uses a garden as a reference, which is very strange. At first you think he's just talking about God and the soul, and then he says, quote, but our creators, considering whether they should make a longer-lived race, which was worse, or a shorter-lived race, which was better, came to the conclusion that everyone ought to prefer a shorter span of life, which was better, to a longer one, which was worse. And therefore they covered the head with thin bone, but not with flesh and sinews, since it had no joints, and thus the head was added, having more wisdom and sensation than the rest of the body, but also being in every man far weaker. For these reasons and after this manner, God placed the sinews at the extremity of the head, and a circle around the neck, and glued them together by the principle of likeness, and fastened the extremities of the jawbones to them below the face, and the other sinews he dispersed throughout the body, fastening limb to limb. The framers of us framed the mouth, as now arranged, having teeth and tongue and lips, with a view to the necessary and the good, contriving the way in for necessary purposes, the way out for the best purposes, for that is necessary which enters in and gives food to the body. But the river of speech, which flows out of man and ministers to the intelligence, is the fairest and noblest of all streams. Still, the head could neither be left a bare frame of bones on account of the extremes of heat and cold in the different seasons, nor yet be allowed to be wholly covered and become so dull and senseless by reason of the overgrowth of flesh. The fleshy nature was not therefore wholly dried up, but a large sort of peel was parted off and remained over, which is now called the skin. This met and grew by the help of the cerebral moisture, and became the circular envelopment of the head. For our creators well knew that women and other animals would someday be framed out of men, and they further knew that many animals would require the use of nails for many purposes, wherefore they fashioned in men at their first creation the rudiments of nails. For this purpose and for these reasons they caused skin, hair, and nails to grow at the extremities of the limbs. And now that all the parts and members of the mortal animal had come together, since his life of necessity consisted of fire and breath, and it therefore wasted away by dissolution and depletion, the gods contrived the following remedy. They mingled a nature akin to that of a man with other forms and perceptions, and thus created another kind of animal. These are the trees and plants and seeds which have been improved by cultivation and are now domesticated among us. Anciently, there were only the will kinds, which are older than the cultivated. For everything that partakes of life may be truly called a living being, and the animal of which we are now speaking partakes of the third kind of soul, which is said to be seated between the midriff and the navel, having no part in opinion or reason or mind, but only in feelings of pleasure and pain and the desires which accompany them. For this nature is always in a passive state, revolving in and about itself, repelling the motion from without and using its own, and accordingly is not endowed by nature with the power of observing or reflecting on its own concerns. Wherefore, it lives does not differ from a living being, but it is fixed and rooted in the same spot, having no power of self-motion. Now, after the superior powers had created all these natures to be food for us who are of the inferior nature, they cut various channels through the body as through a garden, that it may be watered as from a running stream." End quote. There's more to cover on that, but to keep things moving, he's basically describing how our creators took one of our original forms and transformed it to be more of a material nature attached to the primal senses, no power of self-will, to make them less like gods. A very strange process in which the flesh attaches itself to the bones. But it's more than just some spiritual metaphysical explanation of how bodies are formed, but it seems to be some type of manual, as there are decisions that need to be made. The creators had to choose how long these beings would live, and it seems that the original seed had much longer lifespans. In the end, he explains that the seed is a womb. Also, it is clear he is making a distinction between God, who created the soul, and the gods, who had manipulated the physical bodies. Okay, this one is the last paragraph to go through, and it's important because it's the ending to Timaeus. Quote, "Thus our original design of discoursing about the universe down to the creation of man is nearly complete. A brief mention may be made of the generation of other animals, so far as the subject admits of brevity. In this manner, our argument will best attain a due proportion. On the subject of animals, then the following remarks may be offered. Of the men who came into the world, those who were cowards or led unrighteous lives may with reason be supposed to have changed into the nature of women in the second generation." Okay, wait, hold up. What is he talking about?
Numbers move you, but some can stop you in your tracks.
We will come back to this, but he's speaking of a great race of humans that were once androgynous. This is an ancient esoteric secret that is referenced by many Greek philosophers several times. So he is saying that these original humans turned into women due to their natures, meaning these androgynous beings did not reproduce, and it also seems that they did not eat or drink at all, the original gods. And he continues, quote, "And this was the reason why at the time the gods created us in the desire of sexual intercourse, contriving in man one animated substance and in the woman another, which they formed respectively in the following manner." So there you go. These gods, which remember, is not the same as God, but these gods gave us sexual intercourse by design to make us more like animals. Quote, "The outlet for drink by which liquids pass through the lung under the kidneys and into the bladder, which receives them by the pressure of the air amidst them, was so fashioned by them as to penetrate also into the body of the marrow, which passes from the head along the neck and through the back, and which in the preceding discourse we have named the seed. And the seed having life and becoming endowed with respiration, produces in that part in which it respires a lively desire of emission, and thus creates in us the love of procreation. Wherefore, also in men the organ of generation, becoming rebellious and masterful, like an animal disobedient to reason and maddened with the sting of lust, seeks to gain absolute sway. And the same is the case with the so-called womb, or matrix of women. The animal within them is desirous of procreating children, and remaining unfruitful long beyond its proper time, gets discontented and angry, and wandering in every direction through the body, closes up the passages of the breath, and by obstructing respiration, drives them to extremity, causing all varieties of diseases, until at length the desire and love of the man and the woman, bringing them together as it were plucking the fruit from a tree, so in the womb as in a field, animals unseen by reason of their smallness and without form. These again are separated and matured within. They are then finally brought out into the light, and thus the generation of animals is completed. Thus were created women and female sex in general. End quote. Now, Plato is very secretive throughout this entire book, and it would seem that the knowledge of the science and art of cloning hybrid creation would be a heavily guarded esoteric secret. This also is connected to the mysterious nature of the alchemist, which will have to be its own video, but this is connected to the creation of an artificial man. These were the greatest mysteries of the ancient world, and every occult author is elusive on the subject, hence the need for the philosopher's stone to decode the message. Although, it is also portrayed as an unknown mythical substance of turning base metals to gold. However, the symbols go deeper than just that. That will have to be for the next video. This video is about to go over some crazy stuff, but we just needed to start with Timaeus first. So who were these androgynous beings? How do men turn into women? Well, some of the Greek gods that they're referencing are actual beings that once existed, and they were androgynous in nature. They were extremely advanced beyond our comprehension because their souls were more
this is
seated in the head, as
this is
described
Mind
by
Unveiled's
Plato.
newest
It
video.
was by design that had moved into the breast of other animals. Plato, towards the end of Timaeus, is actually referencing his symposium,
Jen covered
which again
it
is
too.
another symbol. But in this, he reveals the secret of our past natures. Now this connects because the temple of Artemis, Artemis herself, is referred to as the multi-breasted goddess. Artemis being the wild woman of Greek mythology. Well, this Artemis symbol is another reference to the Amazons.
Well, Jen covered the Cabbage Patch Kids thing first, I think. And then Mind Unveiled did something on it and added all this other stuff in. And Jen did another stream with Shapu, 2 more streams on the Cabbage Patch Kids. So Jen covered it in depth. Roses are for boys, cabbages are for girls. I don't know. It's a lot. I still haven't even had time to watch it yet, but I will. I promise
Or
I will.
the race of humans that were only female and
What's
had
up,
become
Mr.
fully
B?
independent with no need for men. The Amazons were
Mr. B, where have you been? I've been worried sick about you lately. I haven't seen or heard from you. You can't just disappear off the face of the plane, Mr. B.
also referenced as the one-breasted women. This is very interesting as we discuss the distortion of the original Artemis symbol. Well, get this. The original temple of Artemis at Ephesus in mainstream history is said to have been built by the Amazons who brought their statues. Quote, then they, the Amazons,
welcome home, Mr. B. Welcome home.
Turned to Ionia and Aeolia and made provinces of them after their surrender. Here they ruled for some time and even founded cities and camps bearing their name. At Ephesus, also they built a very costly and beautiful temple for Diana because of her delight in archery and the chase, arts to which they were themselves devoted. End quote.
I know, JJ, it's a lot. JJ was here the other night when we were trying to cover this and we just gave up.
Quote, Ephesus was thought to have been founded by the Amazons and their statues.
I just don't feel like doing a lot of work tonight, so I just let them do the work for me. Laxy Daisy.
Chosen from a competition among the most celebrated artists of the day, were dedicated at the completion of the Temple of Artemis around 440-430 BC. Roman copies of these lost bronze originals each show the figure of the same size and dress, with the right arm raised over her head, sometimes leaning on a spear." End quote. The symbol of the Amazon women, which is also a fertility symbol, which is also a repopulation symbol. It's everywhere in our modern culture, manifesting in a variety of forms. Here, you can clearly see that this depiction of Diana of Ephesus is not only an advanced Amazon woman, but she has a crown just like the Statue of Liberty. She is also holding a scepter, which is not just some type of symbolic reference, but an actual device that these beings once possessed. Think about it. Do you know when the Statue of Liberty was brought to America? Now, I think there's a cover up to the story as well, as some of the early photos do seem to be photo manipulated. They say it was built in France, disassembled, and then they brought it to America to be reassembled. But the photos in France could certainly be fakes, knowing what we know now about old photo manipulation techniques. Regardless of that, the official reconstruction date takes place in America between 1885 and 1886, which is the exact year that the incubators opened in France. Why was there this random allegiance between France and the United States? Oh, just to support liberty? While they were making these postcards at the same time too. Who does that? Just sends over a massive statue like that for free? Well, maybe there's more to this story, and this is the exact period and location that a wave of immigrants made its way through Ellis Island. This was an entry point, and the Statue of Liberty is on a star fort, which in many star forts around the United States, as with Fort Sumter, they would import in mainstream history mass amounts of slaves to these forts. So this was not just for liberty, as the Statue of Liberty is Diana. She is Wonder Woman, mixed with the symbolism of Prometheus, as the flame represents the birth and creation of a new order. Let's remember who designed the statue and during what time period. They would have known that this is an ancient fertility symbol, and they've placed it right in our faces. Scholars say the Statue of Liberty is based off of Libertas, which is true, but both Athena and Artemis are used in very similar ways and both have cult followings. Libertas, which is based on the goddess of Athena, Minerva, also an androgynous goddess. Quote, "The helmet is a symbol of the goddess as Athena Minerva, but as Liberty, or Libertas, as the Romans called her, her symbol is a distinctive red stocking cap, the pileus, or Phrygian cap, said to be worn in ancient Rome by slaves who had won their freedom. In the Revolutionary era, rebels in America and France wore this liberty cap as a symbol of freedom from enslaving authority, and often raised it on a pole or pike as their standard." End quote. In short, many of our city seals have this symbol. Remember the owl from Promised Neverland? The orphans who were being farmed?
Sponsored by Gaia. No, we're not. Not at all.
There's know a lot more than what they let on. The secret history of the Statue of Liberty is that it was designed by French Freemasons. Watch the waste management video if you want to know what they were up to with Sod or Sade and all that stuff. But yeah, these Freemasons got caught up being so blatant with their symbolism that there's this French book on this entire subject of their rituals, and so they essentially hid the symbol of Artemis within the Statue of Liberty. Either way you have it, the symbol has dark origins. Quote, "The Statue of Liberty represents the ancient Babylonian goddess of love and fertility, Ishtar. Ishtar is known as the mother of harlots because prostitution was part of her religious practices. She was worshipped as Astarte in the Middle East. Scriptures call her Ashtoreth, and she was known in Latin as Libertas, liberty. Libertas was referred to by Cicero, a Roman historian, as the mother of harlots. Liberty in ancient times was associated with sexual freedom and temple prostitution. Historian R.A. Combs writes, harlots were social outcasts, so she was referred to as the mother of exiles. This later equated with the idea of immigration becoming the mother of immigrants. Ishtar means Queen of Heaven. The same title was given to Mother Mary of Roman Catholicism. It's well known that this was actually a Freemasonic ritual. Just type in Freemasons and the Statue of Liberty. They aren't even trying to hide that. They're just not going to tell you the full story. So, this is a goddess of fertility, the goddess of immigrants, and also the goddess of orphans or foundlings. For this exact same symbol of Diana of Ephesus, the multi-breasted goddess, the receding symbol, is used for the seal of the foundlings. Why would the original foundling hospital use this as an image or logo or symbol to promote their organization? We have no question now. To the left of the seal, we have the ancient repopulation symbol of Artemis. Then to the right, we have the distortion or the illusion of liberty, which is the harlot in disguise. The baby is the creation born under Ishtar. And why is there a text reading help underneath? The inverted symbol on top being the Lamb of God or Mary, the symbol of the Rosicrucians, to project for the sin they are participating in during this repopulation process. And so they wish to see this as some sort of necessary sacrifice. This foundling operation is directly connected to the incubators. In the Canada Lancet, there's a report in 1883, 3 years before the incubators, that describes and details where they got all these premature babies from the foundling hospitals. And it also uses some very interesting wording. Quote, baby incubators. There were giants in the earth in those days, and there shall be giants in the earth in these days, to be seen not in sideshows merely, but on every hand, that is. If a report which comes from France be true, and it is well vouched for, and if giant babies are the making of giants and giantesses, all will admit the importance of a good send-off. It is just as essential in raising men and women as it is in raising any kind of stock. Blood and scientific management are no less potent in one case than the other. Indeed, it would be a great blessing to mankind were some of the ideas acted upon by the raisers of good stock imported into the more important business of raising a superior race of men and women. The working out of the law of the survival of the fittest would receive fresh impulse. Much sickness, pain, and sorrow would be averted, and the sum total of man's happiness would be immeasurably increased. But no such luck is in store for the human race. The weak and the sickly, no less than the strong and healthy, will continue to produce after their kind. Man's twofold nature is an insuperable barrier to the enactment of civil laws, restricting to any considerable extent the natural law of reproduction. Economic and social considerations will always outweigh considerations having regard to the welfare of the prospective offspring. All that science or government can do in the matter is to educate the masses into a more perfect knowledge of physical laws. But to return to the subject, Dr. Tarnier, a French physician attached to a foundling hospital, reports surprising results from certain recent experiments. This gentleman is said to have been grieved by the large number of children under his care who perished within the first 6 months of their life. While in this mood, a new idea occurred to him. If French chickens, he asked himself, can be raised by artificial means, why not French babies? He caused a box to be made, having glass slides and resembling an ordinary chicken incubator. It was furnished with a soft bed, placed in a dark room, and kept in a temperature of 85 degrees Fahrenheit by means of hot water. In this baby incubator, he placed one of the infants, a miserable specimen of the crying, colicky kind. The child was provided with a nursing bottle, and of course only fed at regular intervals. Doctor's surprised, and never again cried for the space of the 8 weeks it tenanted the incubator. At the end of this period, it had the appearance of a healthy child, a year old. Encouraged by the success, Dr. Tarnier repeated the experiment with the like results. He then, with the permission of the hospital authorities, proceeded to construct an incubator capable of receiving 400 children, and in this he placed all the children in the hospital, 360 in number. All except 2 remained in the incubator 6 months. When they had to be removed, having outgrown their narrow beds, were it not that the facts are vouched for by a commission of 12 who made a report to the government that the results claimed might be deemed incredible. The average age of the infants when put in the incubator was 8 months and 3 days, the youngest being 12 hours and the eldest 11 months. The average weight of the 360 was 10 pounds. At the end of the 6 months, the average weight was 85 pounds, and all are said to have looked like children 8 years old. As much was accomplished in 6 months by the incubator as in accomplished in 8 years of ordinary life. The infants were not only large, but also strong and healthy, and most of them walked within a week of leaving their nest. The results were astonishing and exceeded Dr. Tarnier's most sanguine expectations. It is now expected that every child's hospital will go into the incubation business, so that we shall probably witness a lively competition in the business of raising giants. If this children incubator is a good thing in foundling hospitals, and for hospital babies generally, it ought also to be a good thing in all homes blessed with babies. Doubtless we shall soon witness a new industry started under the fostering care of the national policy, and presently baby incubator agents will be as numerous as sewing machine agents. It would be easy to enlarge on the practical value and suggestiveness of Dr. Tarnier's experiments. First, it is clear the babies were not rocked, yet they enjoyed perpetual repose. This teaches us that all the fuss and worry of mothers and nurses, so wearing to the Constitution, is not only wholly unnecessary, but an absolute evil in all its bearings. Instead of being placed in a condition favorable to absolute quiet, our babies are made a sort of family toy to be tossed from one to another as means of sport. It's almost as if he doesn't understand that babies are family members and that people actually love them. Because then he says, the moment the little creature begins to notice surrounding objects, its powers are excited to the utmost to afford amusement to the family circle. In conclusion, we may be permitted to say that the essential conditions to successful baby raising are 1. Absolute quiet, and no unnecessary
Oh, Friday Saints is back. Hey, what's up, Friday?
Hey, what up, bro?
Yeah, I'm just finishing up this. I'm watching this documentary. I got to finish it. But what you up to?
Part of the nurses. 2. Regular and
what you up to right now? What you doing?
I'm just driving. It's really hard to hear you, and I can't put it on Bluetooth, so it's like almost impossible to hear you without putting the phone next to my ear. And I'm driving on the freeway, so that's why I couldn't go on the stream earlier. You know what I mean? I tried to go on, I just couldn't hear anything.
I know. It took. I did a long intro too. I always do that, but that's because
no, it's all good.
I work out the sound and everything. But yeah, I got to get through this thing, and then I was just gonna end the stream. So.
All right. Hey, I got one question for you, real quick. What's the name of that song with Vinnie Paz where he talks about having that El Camino, and then a week later his dad was dead? That song I really like, where he's the first verse.
Did I play it tonight?
No. You played it a while back. It was the first Vinnie Paz song that you played that I heard, and I was like, dude, I really like that song.
I don't know, man.
It was he's the first verse, and then like there's 4 or 5 other people spitting on it, but he's the first one. Where he talks about about how his dad left him in El Camino, and then a week later his dad was dead, and all he had was that car. Like he said, he just says it. You don't remember which one that was?
I think it's called it might be called Cheesesteaks.
No, it's not Cheesesteaks. No. It's not a funny one. It's like a super serious song.
I'm not working for the devil no more.
No, that's not it either.
There's so many of them, dude.
Yeah. All right, that's cool.
I'll try. Next time you hear it, point it out.
It had like a cartoon drawing, like a badass cartoon drawing. I think of like a skull with like other artwork around it or something.
Heavy Metal Kings. It must have been
No.
Heavy Metal. No.
Oh yeah, it might have been, but
That's the name of the album. Look up Heavy Metal Kings and you'll find it.
okay,
All
dog.
right. All right.
Hey, thank you, bro. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Judicious feeding. 3. Uniformity of temperature above that suited to adults. This condition is difficult of attainment in ordinary life, but much may be accomplished by the knowledge that infants require a higher temperature. Even modified observance of the foregoing conditions would take away much of the worry caused by crying and sleepless babies, and would add greatly to the quiet, health, and growth of our children. It's all very strange, because it seems that they're treating babies as if it was a new thing. And he even compares French babies being grown by artificial means in comparison to French chickens. And this is the literal origin of the baby incubator, being that it was just an ordinary chicken incubator. On top of that, they said that they built these incubators on the side of the foundling hospitals, so they were connected. Why did the foundling hospital have all these premature babies? Did they find them? That doesn't make that much sense. Sure, you can say that the Catholic Church was taking babies, but even then, that's very suspicious. Why were they under 6 months old? Is it possible that they found a way to create babies, but it took them a while to figure out how to keep these prematures alive once rediscovering some type of ancient cloning process? The idea is that these foundlings were abandoned, that because they were unmarried, they had to give them away to these infant asylums. This is deeply integrated into the history of New York, but the history is not well known. Quote, Europe faced the problem of foundlings much sooner than the United States did. When America's British settlers stepped off their boats in the early 17th century, Europe already had cities large enough to create the social conditions that produced significant numbers of foundlings, as well as the religious and governmental structures with which to help them. By then, Europe already...
Yeah, all I know is, like, it's the truth community, right, JJ? And, like, if someone's going to collect money and say they're going to go on a trip, like they did, then and then the whole community donates to them, and then they never go on their trip, they should return the money.
Already had foundling asylums that were several centuries old. By the 18th century, when the United States was just starting and its cities were still small, infant abandonment was a mass phenomena in places like London and Paris. It took until the 19th century for New York to overtake London as a center of Dickensian urban ills, including the presence of large numbers of foundlings. In the Catholic countries of Europe, and also in Russia, with variations depending upon time and place, local and national governments, often together with religious bodies, assumed full responsibility for foundlings. Accidentally conceived infants were anonymously absorbed into large urban foundling asylums.
My name is Jonah Krochmalek, and this is what an automated microgreens farm looks like. Microgreens are baby vegetables, harvested when they're at their most nutritious state. They're grown in trays like this. One tray's worth sells for about $25, and this farm produces over 1,500 trays per week. That's a lot of green, but I wasn't handed the keys to the kingdom. I built it from the ground up. 10 years ago, I started growing microgreens in my parents' spare bedroom. I had no idea what I was doing. I wasted money on the wrong equipment, I grew the wrong crops, I cold called grocery stores and restaurants begging people to buy my product. I was spinning my wheels at farmers markets every week. It took years of trial and error before I broke through and found consistent success. Now I'm
I
proud
left
to
at the
say
wrong
that I'm
fucking
standing
time,
here
didn't
recording
I?
this video in one of
Assholes.
Canada's largest vertical microgreen.
Actually, this looks kind of cool.
With
What
all
is he
the
doing?
attention the farm has gotten over the years, the number one question people ask me is, Jonah, if you had to start all over from scratch in 2023,
Can you grow
what
weed
would you
like
do?
that?
These asylums were at the center of great networks of wet nurses, transporters of babies, physicians, religious officials, and bureaucrats. This was the so-called Catholic system. Its goal was to preserve the honor of unmarried women and families by making babies born outside of marriage disappear. End quote. Now that is the mainstream narrative that this was some type of problem. But the truth of the matter is, these were Protestants. They didn't even care or prosecute people for having sex because they had brothels everywhere.
Whoa.
So the question is, did they really just find these babies? Why the use of Lady Liberty and Artemis of Ephesus? Was it a problem that was created on purpose? Some type of operation? And what's with the references to giant babies in that one report from the Canada Lancet? It does seem that size comes to play here, as not only do many legends speak of ancient cities being created by an advanced race of giants, but the Greek gods and goddesses themselves seem to be referring to these ancient beings. The Amazons are described in many different ways by Greek authors, which is interesting because they are said to be a warlike race that would kill all the baby boys who were bound by their earth instincts and their father goddess being Ares, the god of war. But why would the Amazons worship a man god? They were moon worshippers, so it's more likely they were the original creators of the Diana of Ephesus symbol, their goddess being a fertility symbol, as although they did not allow men into their tribes, they were described as being bound to sexual desires. I don't think that is the case, but it is a mistranslation that they were attempting to repopulate with a new type of human. This is the origin of Eros, or Cupid, in which a hybrid human was created that had formed two polarities, male and female. Think about it. Remember Futurama and the Amazon women? They were trying to have snoo with the purpose of what? Repopulation. Now come on guys, you guys know that Matt Groening knows some deep stuff and that is no mere coincidence. They also are giants, so it doesn't make sense that they would really have sexual intercourse with such small humans. This is just a play on the process in which these Amazon women giants created a new hybrid man in which they changed the age and added orifices for eating, drinking, and pooping. How else would a civilization of only women survive? They would need some type of repopulation program, whether it used technology or not, and this is never really fully investigated by historians. We know of ancient farming and breeding facilities in regards to agriculture or meats, but what about human farming? Was that ever thought about by the ancients? If there was some cataclysm and a nation had lost almost all of its people, was it ever thought that, hey, we need to find a way to repopulate this place? I mean, I feel like that's going to be one of the first things you're going to think about when starting a civilization. It's pretty basic, but to what degree? And was there technology used in the process? If so,
What this does is
Commercials up the yin yang. I should have got it off of Odyssey.
design, in the case of eugenics,
That's what
specific
happens
traits to be
with
desired in the
YouTube.
final outcome. All of these things are left to the vault of esoteric history. However, with the right questions, we can begin to look at these subjects with new eyes. This isn't restricted to just whites, as in the story of Calafia. These Montalvo novels, which are actually from an earlier unknown 14th century writer during the Islamic rule of Spain, they traveled to America, and in California used to exist a race of giant black warrior women who also were very fond of griffins. It seems throughout history, remnants of multiple tribes of godlike women races have existed and were called to be used in some war. As for Calafia, it was the Muslims versus the Christians in Constantinople. The Amazons are also deeply connected with the Scythians. as it is said at some point the two intermarried and created a new race of Scythians called Sauromateans. Quote, the 5th century BC historian Herodotus did the best to fill in the missing gaps. The father of history, as he is known, located the Amazonian capital at Themyscira, a fortified city on the banks of the Thermodon River near the coast of the Black Sea in what is now northern Turkey. The women divided their time between pillaging expeditions as far afield as Persia and closer to home, founding such famous towns as Smyrna, Ephesus, Sinope, and Paphos. Procreation was confined to an annual event with a neighboring tribe. End quote. There were many tribes of warrior women, but I think that is just the surface level of the symbol. As we discussed with the androgynous beings, they had a different form in mind, no need to eat and drink, and were essentially gods. Wonder Woman, Lady Liberty, the mother of immigrants, Athena. Well, just as the owl is the symbol of Minerva, the bee is a symbol of Artemis. The bee of Artemis. Quote, the early association of the bee with the cult of Artemis is attested by varied evidence. It appears not only upon the strange polymastoid statue of the Ephesian goddess, but upon the earliest coins of her city. As the owl was the emblem of Athena at Athens, so the bee seems to have been the emblem of Artemis at Ephesus. Although the extant examples of the polymastoid statue are all of late date, it is hardly possible that the type with its medley of elements can have been a late Hellenistic creation. So important was the bee in the cult of Artemis that her priestesses received the name of Melissa, or bee. There is no direct evidence that the Ephesian priestesses of the goddess bore that title, but the assumption that she did is justified by the monuments cited. Another such title was beekeeper. The first priestess with the title probably served in the temple of Apollo, there which bees had made of wax. These Apolline bees must have had some relation to the bees of Artemis, the twin sister of the god. End quote. You can even see the bee on old coins and statues. Remember the bunny bee from the Cabbage Patch story? Well, the honeybee was a sacred symbol in antiquity, and civilization supposedly worshipped it for its life-affirming gifts of honey. But the bee and queen bees are associated with several goddesses, and there's never really a good reason why this would be the case. Is it possible that the queen bee is the source mother in which the entire colony is created? Our population, and the beehives are the factories in which they are produced. This symbolism is prevalent throughout our entire culture, where the queen bees select worker bees and soldier bees, or has the ability of birthing different offspring to complete different tasks as in a monarchy. Each bee has a specific task to support the queen and the entire hive mind. So, are queen bees ancient goddesses? Quote, the opinion of Ramsay that the image of Artemis is not human at all, but related to bees, is quite reasonable. He says that Artemis is the queen bee. Her image makes this plain, and that the breasts are in fact ova. The bee features strongly on very many Ephesian coins and on Artemis images. It has been suggested that the very name of the city is from the Lydian language and means place of many bees. End quote. We refer to the sculpture as the multi-breasted Diana, as this is one interpretation by mainstream historians. However, as you look deeper, they are not breasts, but they are actually eggs or ovum, making it even more clear that this has to do with some type of mass repopulation process. Located in Rome is a fountain, the Fontana di Triton, which is a 17th century fountain located in the Piazza Berberini, which is a life-size Triton sea god depicted as a Phoenician mermaid kneeling on the sum of 4 dolphin tail fins. On this fountain is a coat of arms for the Barberini family, which shows their ties to bees.
The Dempster Highway, partly through Canada and Alaska, and the Arctic Circle is first where, without freezing, dying, or being shot, that any Dane American would attempt this endeavor without at least 100,000 cash.
Fully explained and also merges with golden horseflies. Yet, the final symbol is the bee, which was used as an important symbol by the Barberini family, and so they would adorn their creations with the symbol. It's well known that this symbol is very important to them, but why? They were the head of the Catholic Church in the early 1600s, so perhaps they knew exactly what the symbol was referring to and how it was the symbol for Artemis. Also, alma mater and magna mater are another manifestation of breeding programs. It is Latin for nourishing mother, an allegorical Latin phrase for a university school or college that one formerly attended. And in the US, it means one that you graduated. It refers to the nourishing mother, the nursing mother, the fostering mother, meaning that these schools are breeding programs for the mind in which the mother is birthing the specific type worker-minded bees. The castle on the head is another symbol connected to the ancient Artemis and Liberty symbol, as this process of repopulation is crucial in the foundation and structure of the New World. Magna Mater was an ancient female Roman cult. The cult was introduced as a new form, the Phrygian goddess Mater, by way of its Greek incarnation, the cult of Cybele. You come to find out that there are many mother goddesses out there, and instead of them being just some random goddess that an entire ancient city would dedicate their entire religion and life to, what if these mother goddesses were actually some type of machine or method in which you could create clones? Where else did all these orphans come from? How do you have an abundance of premature babies? We know that they had infant asylums for just this problem, and it seems that these facilities were producing these babies en masse. I mean, some of these old pictures are very telling. You see children being prepared for the new world with mud in the streets. So the Statue of Liberty is Diana of Ephesus, and it is an occult symbol, the key in understanding of repopulation. Its supposed construction by Freemasons in 1886 brings suspicion to this being a symbol on how the United States acquired its new citizens. I also don't think that they were creating just humans. They were probably experimenting with all kinds of animal to humanoid ratios, creating the hybrids from myth and legend as well as the hybrid animals we know today. The Temple of Artemis is just one example, but now that we know the symbol is connected to many other goddesses, this most likely was all over the world. We see these depictions of hybrid beings from a variety of different cultures, and even the Bible says that the flood came because of the hybrids and giants that existed. Michael Tarsarian, who has heavily influenced our work, presents the Garden of Eden as after the flood in the timeline, in which our forms were genetically altered to be more material and reptilian. Of course, his approach at the time was extraterrestrials. However, what if this goes deeper than some Anunnaki Sitchin novel, and perhaps we were referring to some type of advanced race of ancient humans that possessed advanced technology and or knowledge of alchemy? Even the story of the homunculus and artificial man, the golem, are referencing a similar process in which an artificial man could be created through the elements. That'll have to be for the next video, but this symbolism is multi-leveled. On the surface, it is referring to some type of physical process in which an artificial human could be created. Alchemy is the origin of modern-day science, not too far out to consider that they may have been considering early forms of genetic engineering. The deeper meaning, and also the key to the Philosopher's Stone, is that this act of turning to gold is a reference for the higher self merging with the lower self, a creation of a spiritual body of light that can be controlled and manipulated. That's an entirely different subject, but this idea of creating humans and or breeding them are not new concepts. They have existed for ages now because, again, when cataclysms occur, the bulk of the population is destroyed. There aren't too many options. You can either wait and build up again, or perhaps a method was devised to speed up the process by a couple generations. Foundling hospitals since their inception were funded by the elite royals, the choice of symbols being fitting. Are we not to question why their seal is Artemis? How are they finding so many orphans and premature babies? Well, orphanages go back to the time of Rome, and even one of the earliest orphanages that we know of is in Venice, called La Pieta, which is a convent of monks and nuns. Since its origin, orphans had been the responsibility of the Catholic Church. Are we going to trust what they leave us with in terms of this all being an honest attempt to take care of the needy, when they are the ones who put the laws in place, are in charge of the economy, and yet all these poor families have to give up their children because of the society that they live in that is controlled by these Catholic rulers? Something else is going on, if you ask me. And as we know now, these incubators were right by the foundling hospitals since they had so many premature babies for some reason. If you type baby incubators 1900s, you will first see the babies of Coney Island. But there's more to this story, as during the late 1800s, a physician, Martin Cooney, had begun to demonstrate the efficacy of infant incubators throughout the US and Europe. They were showing these everywhere, and it's really not that advanced of an invention. Seems weird that this came out of nowhere. Then you start having these world fairs, and they're showing off these babies as some sideshow, and you could literally buy them so they were for sale. If they did this today, there would be all sorts of protest. But now, we know that these premature babies were orphans or foundlings of some kind. They had incubators in Buffalo, New York, at the Trans-Mississippi and International Exhibition in Omaha, Nebraska, Chicago, Jacksonville, Florida, and many more. These baby incubators were connected with the World Fair in Paris, where Martin Cooney also had an exhibit. Meaning, those postcards may have been developed in France, but the movies and images were not to promote one single event. This was a worldwide event occurring during this time, and that was the reason they were funded to make the movies and postcards. People from around the world were to be advertised these baby incubators. Some suggest that this may have been a factor in the sense of multiple women giving birth, but that also comes with many problems, and they actually still have these today. So that's not too crazy at all, but it's very unhygienic and would cause issues in consistency. For more accuracy, cleanliness, you would need control over the environment. It would seem that multiple countries are involved in this in the modern day, and even if that is the explanation, it's still horrifying and strange that this isn't really well known. All they leave us with are occult symbols to decode. Well, I think there's even more to this story than just a literal sex factory, and it's interesting because this subject has really piqued the collective interest, it seems. As we mentioned in the beginning, Netflix randomly released Storks, and it's at top 5 right now, so I never really heard of this movie, but I just wanted to mention a couple things. The movie has some crazy symbolism. Well, first, it's a high-budget film around $70 million, and it's a movie about how storks in the past delivered babies. This was their duty, their passion, what they were born to do. And it's obvious from the beginning that they have some massive postal force. They mentioned at the beginning how there were rules that you could not form a bond with the baby, to not even treat it as human, but that they were just packages. The first packages that this postal service began with since its inception. Whoever made this movie or wrote in the symbolism knows what we're discussing about right now. Which makes it even weirder that they put this in the movie up during this time on Netflix. Well, the story goes that as this postal service developed into the modern day, they stopped delivering babies to the point where it essentially becomes myth, and all the humans laugh at anyone who thinks these storks still deliver babies. But the weird thing about that is they say, "Oh sweetie, storks don't deliver babies anymore, but they used to a long time ago." So it's not that they don't do it or they think the idea is ridiculous, it's just that they don't do it anymore. And that's kind of where we start with this story, that this company, called Corner Store, which is the original postal service that was delivering babies, turned into this huge corporation. This seems to be a blatant parody of Amazon, the modern day king of delivery. Keep in mind that this movie is from 2016. The main character is a weird comedic stork that wants to be boss desperately. He just follows the system, is willing to do anything for this fake illusion of success. Well, the boss wants to get rid of this orphan girl, which, that was weird to me. Right off the bat, they introduced this orphan character. That's no accident. Her name is Tulip, who is a human orphan raised by storks. The symbol of the tulip has been used by royalty as a symbol of wealth and prosperity. But red tulips, the girl's hair is chosen red on purpose, so we're speaking of red tulips. From the Buffalo News, February 28, 1897, quote, Harvard men dined, made merry around the banquet table at the Saturn Club. The Harvard flag, a huge banner of the brightest crimson with the university's initial letter of corresponding size, as white as the driven snow in the center, floated from the staff of the Saturn Club yesterday, and it was significant of the banquet of the Harvard Alumni Association of Western New York. Crimson, the color which had urged the diners as students to ecstasies of affection for their alma mater, was the one decoration. There was about 100 alumni at a long table which took in the whole length of the dining room. The scene was as pretty as good taste could have made it. The flag draped the wall near the head of the table, and the latter had in its center a bank of crimson flowers. This was flanked at either end of the table by the university letter in perfect formation and composed of red tulips. So for their altar mater ceremony, they dined with decorative red tulips. And remember, we're speaking of symbols. It's only when we learn to understand these symbols that a great veil can be lifted. It gets way deeper. After typing red tulip fertility, just looking for symbols, there are companies using these symbols where they advertise to grow your family using egg donors. Even specific phenotypes are possible. Now my only question is, why use the symbol of the tulip? As we know, this means that the tulip means more than just a red flower. In many ways, it represents the sex organs themselves, as with the postcards. However, its main symbol representing fertility in children, specifically orphan children, lost blood. During the Dutch Golden Age, there was something called tulip mania. So this might be pretty controversial, but it's only when we ask questions can light be shed. This period involved a strange delusion where people began paying extraordinary prices for flowers and produce. And they have all sorts of excuses for why this is, but I find it interesting that this is a mainstream historical event, and it's called tulip mania. I believe that this might be an even older reference to these postcards, and it's from the 17th century. Oh, and get this. It wasn't just tulips that were overpriced, but cabbages. Let's remember that tulips and roses are very similar in appearance. There was a cabbage fever. Now, that seems so random to me. Why cabbages? We know that they use symbolism. Are they actually referring to something else? This will have its own video, but basically, after the Dutch were supposedly liberated from the Spanish Empire in 1581, they just began growing tulips all around their palaces, and the rich began to become obsessed with tulips for no apparent reason. Well, this caused some type of economic bubble, or really some strange early created inflation. But what if it's not that these items became overpriced? It's that there are actually references to a different product. Could it be code? Quote, it is agreed that mania is a psychopathological disorder. Therefore, whoever speaks of tulip mania means the people who buy fleshy tulip bulbs have acted madly and irrationally. End quote. So they literally call these people insane for spending so much on tulips, cabbages, and carrots, which I think there's a big joke at play here. Not only is this the origin of our money, but look at how they promoted this stuff. It's just like the postcards. Satirical cartoons. But these are even worse.
There's nothing more powerful than
Yep. You know it, brother.
Contain cabbages, showing the intimate relationship between tulips and cabbages. In one, Aesop pointed out a group of monkeys, the symbol for foolishness, eating cabbage while wolves chased innocent sheep. The title page on one play showed a satyr or pan drawing back a curtain on a scene crowned with a banner that read, Dit World vol Cool, the world full of cabbage. Beneath the banner is a crowd clamoring for pieces of paper in which were written the names of types of cabbages, including worthless cabbage, cowardly cabbage, and crazy cabbage. Another play referred to, quote, the company of cabbage. Many of these plays made references to carrot shares and cabbage selling. It's obvious that these vegetables were symbols for something else. Carrots, cabbages, and tulips can be seen in many of these early cartoons. In one, they're selling these tulips in a fool's cap. All of these early cartoons, which are the inspiration for later postcards, are complete with the symbolism of dark folly, or the fool's cap, or a Phrygian hat. These tulips would be sold for over £1,000 when one found them to be snow white and beautifully striped. Let's take a look at one cartoon that is clearly Freemasonic symbolism. It's called Ariel Quinn Actionist, a cartoon from De Groot Teferil der Dwarschild 1720, and this is in the British Library. You have two harlequins, or jokers, or mimes, that are on a stage opening a veil. At the top, you can see they're selling cabbages and carrots. But what's behind the veil? We see at the top that there is an owl, representing the cult of Minerva, and we see the Freemasonic compass, or corner right angle. Now this isn't no ordinary depiction, and I love how they label this as just a satirical cartoon. I mean, what kind of sick people make stuff like this? Why are they inserting all sorts of things inside of their butts? And it gets worse. So this cartoon is a part of a series, and these really are the only images or depictions we have of this 720 crash. Which again, you really think they were just selling cabbages? Look at the symbols. Look at what they left us with. We will break this down in another video, but real quick and then we'll get back to the source movie. Look at some of these images.
Attention parents of children diagnosed with autism or ADHD. If you used Tylenol during pregnancy and your child developed autism or ADHD, you may be eligible for compensation. Recent studies have found that exposure to Tylenol during pregnancy dramatically increases the chances of a child developing autism or ADHD. If your child is autistic or has ADHD and you use Tylenol while pregnant, you likely qualify to sign up for a claim. If you're ready to start a claim, or if you just want to learn more, click the button below.
Sick of all the ads like this one? Just head to adskiller.com, click on Activate Now, add AdsKiller to your browser. Confirm, done. No more ads, no more interruptions, ever. Again, adskiller.com.
There's no doubt that they were created by elites. Look at all the heraldry and royal symbols. But furthermore, there's mockery at play. There are too many images to go over right now, but there is one where they're introducing the book and you can see Lady Liberty, along with what seems to be a beehive with a baby angel holding a shield with 2 keys. The lady with the pillar is also holding a top hat, while the face of a person is being swapped, identity swap. And then we see Medusa, or a lady with a snake that is dying, and under her left arm is the bottom of a barrel, or the hive, in which people or babies are coming out and they're throwing cabbages. They're throwing these cabbages into another scene where there's a devil and a crowd throwing a person into a flame, what would seem to be a sacrifice. These are the reset engravings from the early 1700s, and it also connects with other famous artists from England, but we'll discuss that in the next video. Essentially, they were using tulips and cabbage symbolism way before the 1800s, and it seems they use it as a means to promote some type of secret symbolism under the guise of satirical cartoons. This is just way too weird. I mean, I couldn't make this up. Like, there's this one where they're literally trying to cut out the third eye and insert these new economic systems literally into our rears as if they're trying to forcibly manipulate our new forms. Well, back to the movie. So yeah, there's this deep symbolism behind tulips and cabbages, and the writers of this film seem to be fully aware of it. So the stork has to fire this orphan named Tulip, but it's her birthday and she's kind of cool, so the stork doesn't want to fire her because he feels bad for her. He's not like his boss who gets off on hurting others. So the stork comes up with an idea. Let's put her in the old letter room because no one sends in letters for babies anymore. You can even tell that this is an older building or something and different from the main corner store building, which really is just a large cargo container or trailer. Well, long story short, the orphan gets tired of being in the room, basically goes insane, and she eventually gets a letter from another character in the film, a child with the last name Gardner, whose parents are real estate agents. The boy is so lonely and desperately wants a little brother, so he hears about the storks and writes them a letter, the first letter in ages. So finally, the orphan gets a letter and she feels that she has a duty to be the manager of this new letter room. So she takes this letter to that old abandoned building, but the stork character tries to stop her from doing anything else because he lied to the big boss that he fired her already. Basically, by accident, the stork and orphan were fighting over the letter and it enters his machine. This triggers the machine to start working, and it's revealed that the entire room is part of a literal baby factory. It's capable of producing billions of babies. And towards the end of the film, it's shown that this is actually an ancient castle, separated from the corner store. Think about it. Corner store, Freemasons. Why use Amazon? Is it a reference to Amazon women? Well, the cornerstone in Freemasonry is the basis upon which anything is founded. Hence, orphans, tulips, and foundlings. There's also a part where they lose the baby to some wolves, which made me think of the old stories of children being raised by wolves, famous from Roman mythology. The stork boss even tried to cover up this information in the movie. They didn't want people to know that they were producing babies again, because then their stocks would plummet. So essentially, a castle with an ancient advanced AI baby factory machine, kind of like Noah's Ark, was being used by the state, and these storks were the postal workers designed to deliver them, but then over time, corporate evolution made this machine irrelevant, and so they no longer needed the storks. Also, they never really mention whether this world has sexual intercourse or not. They never have the birds and the bees conversation. I mean, why do we even call it that? And the Netflix movie I Am Mother, it's literally about a repopulation center full of clones for the purpose of rebuilding civilization after a major disaster. The primary crop grown in the surrounding land is corn, another fertility symbol, and a plant whose kernels resemble honeycombs. This also kind of connects with Children of the Corn, a society of children ruled by a demon. Well, we have an intimate relationship with storks, and it's way older than the Cabbage Patch Kids or the 1900s repopulation postcards. We have more to say on that as well. But for now, let's finish off with baby farming. Now, there's only so much that I can say, and you'll have to do your own research here. But during the Victorian age, there was this phrase of baby farming, in which you had these women who owned these orphan homes, where the story goes that these women could no longer support the babies, so they literally would kill infants. It's a horrifying story, and there are many books on this subject. It's also happened in many places all throughout the world. I do think this is a cover story for something much deeper, as they had advertisements for these baby farms as well. They're from the 1860s, and so they're much more difficult to find.
I couldn't drive for a long time.
Women's clothing. So, if this was the state of childcare during the 19th century, then why do we trust anything from the mainstream source? It's our job to begin asking questions on how this all started and when it began. Even Vedic literature has references to hybrid beings and genetic manipulation. They had a similar science to alchemy with an understanding of different elements needed to create material flesh. There's this great channel that talks about these things where in ancient Vedic temples you can see that they had an understanding of some early form of DNA manipulation, even understanding what a sperm and egg looks like from a microscope. There was also this other temple that showed carvings on how they were experimenting with different hybrid creatures, which would also explain why we see so many strange beings in medieval depictions. Were these once real creatures? We get these depictions from some of the most famous philosophers and ancient historians. They believe them to be true as with the monstrous races of early Christian writings. In order to conclude, this history of test tube babies is also an obscure topic. But here you go. First you get a bunch of women, you give them fertility drugs, so they're extremely fertile, and this simulates the development of extra eggs. Matured eggs are removed from the ovaries, and this is done with an ultrasound guided needle. Once these eggs are retrieved, they literally just put a sperm and egg in a petri dish, and you'll get some that fertilize, which is called an embryo. This embryo can continue to develop in the lab, and they have controlled conditions for this. Now in the modern day, they say that the term test tube baby is just a term to smear by the media, but this term is much older. Nowadays, once the embryo gets to a certain stage, they transfer it into a uterus or surrogate female. This process would have been attempted at some point in the past. There are other ways that the eggs could have been extracted. The earliest reference of test tube babies is a newspaper article from the American Guardian, January 4th, 1929. Chemist will be the only daddies someday, is prediction. And again, I think this is mockery, but let's read what they have to tell us. Bosses will order employees by certain plans and specifications, Britain believes. Test tube babies would be much like nature's own. This is a theory advanced by H.T. Rhodes, General Secretary of the British Association of Scientists. He believes that there will be little difference between the man born of woman and the man compounded in the test tube. We're just on the threshold of the discoveries chemists are making, Rhodes said. We have almost finished with analysis. We are passing on to synthesis, the building up and making of new and valuable products out of the meaner ones. The speculation is therefore almost forced upon us that in time we will be able to create living material. Professor Loeb years ago in an American university announced that he had succeeded in artificially fertilizing the eggs of the sea urchin. That was an enormous step forward. We know that man, the most highly complicated of all living things, after all, only a collection of cells. We know that protoplasm, that wonderful substance which is the very basis of what we call living things, is made up of carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. We know the way the atoms were arranged. Someday, in a laboratory, some chemists may accomplish the union of these atoms in the same way. We will then have created protoplasm, thus causing life to manifest itself. Perhaps it will not end there. Something like man. Having produced protoplasm in a chemical laboratory, perhaps man will discover some process now unknown to us by which we can incubate and nurse, as it were, this substance so as to produce even more complicated forms of life. Finally, we may produce a living, moving being something like ourselves. This may sound like a wild dream, but if you look back over the history of the last years and see what science has done, you may not be so skeptical. Ancient men of science simply collected facts. Modern men of science take these facts, theorize about the phenomena, prove their theories, and apply them to new inventions. The dreams of ancients are made to come true by the moderns. Centuries ago, men dreamed of flying, the wireless telegraph and telephone, the movies and the talkie. All the things that we consider commonplace would have seemed like black magic to the ancients. What we today dream of may happen in biochemical laboratories, maybe in 500 or 1,000 years be accomplished fact. Now, of course, they aren't going to tell you that they had already discovered this. That's why this is propaganda. They're programming you to believe in science fiction as if this is some faraway, distant future. And the reality is, they were experimenting with this in the 1700s. They just had a different name. The article even continues and explains what the society in the future would do with these synthetic humans. Which, think about it. Why are they even thinking about this stuff? It just seems weird that they would even promote it. Quote, to do dirty work. Suppose then it were possible in 1,000 years from now for chemists to produce synthetic living things. They could be set to do a workday labor of the world, thus setting free those human beings naturally begotten to undertake further conquest of knowledge. So right there, that's a Freemason reference. They continue, would the laboratory-created beings be men like ourselves? Who knows? Probably not. But they would be something approaching us in structure. It is improbable that they would be able to think like us. When you talk about thinking, you get into the metaphysical. The physicians differ among themselves as to what thinking and whether we really think at all. I'm not sure what that's all about, but this is the earliest reference that I could find to test tube babies, and it's obvious that this is not a new subject.
Eric, just hit it. She don't work for you. She is my.
She don't work for you.
An old alchemy reference, and shout out to Fire Cannot Kill a Dragon. She has some of the best old photos, so go follow her on IG. But on her page from like a year ago, after she made a post on Artemis the Queen Bee, and then came out with this post on the Cabinet of Curiosities by Levinus Vincent. Is this an early depiction of a cloning center? Let's keep in mind that Levinus Vincent was one of the most well-known Dutch designers and wealthy merchants during the Dutch Republic and during the 1720 financial bubble or tulip mania. Well, he was a part of the Royal Society, and he has a book called The Cabinets of Curiosities. The wiki just says they are these small animals, but also artificialia, which seems to be some artificial creations of some kind. Yet, there are no references to genetic manipulation or even contributions to science, really. So what is this place? Well, that's what makes it so bizarre. It's some strange collection. But even further, whoever made this knows their symbolism. So this book, Wonder to Kneel der Nature, is filled with secret occult symbols. We can see them more clearly now. Also, if you're Dutch, please contact us as we're looking for translators. But in this text, he speaks of many different curious things. Snakes and dragons. You see?
No, it's because I smoke. It's because I smoke weed, Gary Falcon. I'm smoking live rosin from Flat Earth Farms, and it's potent and it makes you cough a lot. And it's an oil, so it makes you cough.
Hydras over 200 feet long. And the creation of the Hydra, which he says is an actual invented and embellished animal. There is a depiction in which you can clearly see a man holding a hive and pointing to the shelves next to him, filled with various vials. Under him are two baby orphans, and one of them is holding the Freemason compass or square. And we know this is no accident, because you can see it in the floral decorative symbols as well. this beehive is purposefully chosen, as we can also see the multi-breasted Diana of Ephesus, or Lady Liberty, with a tower or castle on her head, representing that this is some type of factory for the repopulation of the New World. We also see...
All right. I actually think it's good for you. Because what happens is you cough and you release all that stuff that's built up in your lungs from all day from breathing in all the shit they're spraying in the skies. And it actually clears me out, actually, believe it or not. It's good to have a good cough every once in a while.
see human-like creatures in some of these tubes. Is this an early example of test tube babies? Not only that, they were experimenting with multiple animals to create hybrids. Again, this is going to go deeper into the subject matter, but in order to do so, we have to dive into occult symbolism. We'll leave that for another video. Hope you guys enjoyed that, and let us know if you have any research to share. Let's keep asking questions, and all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Well, that was a good one, I guess. All right, well, we got 20 people here. Either way, I'm still gonna probably take off. Let me see. I'm gonna play a couple things at the end, few concerts, and then I'm gonna get out of here. Not even that many. All right. Well, thank you everybody for showing up. Also, before I go, I want to get this on the stream. Let me see. Let me see. Present. Share screen. If you go to my channels, which I have a whole bunch of channels, but this is one of my channels. You go to the About Me section. Boom. Also, the links are in all the descriptions of the videos and everything else. It's everywhere. You can't miss it. I got my own merchandise. Also, you can donate through PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, all that. We need support. We have it all. Also, some people donate through Western Union now, too. You can always do that. Western Union, me, Raymond Betts, Boston. Boom. It worked. A lot of people like doing that better than Venmo and all that, and Cash App and PayPal. Just send it Western Union, or you didn't send the money. Also, we have COVID Commander t-shirts. People liking these. All right, we have so much stuff, but Late Night Live tees, you can get them in all different colors. You don't have to get that color. You can change. There's so many different colors. They come out so good. Everybody that got them loves them. We got sweatshirts. We got all kinds of merch. Late Night Live merch. Not just Late Night Live. We got Flat Earth Fucky Ducky. We got women's, men's, cups, mugs, band practice, Voice to Skull. We just did a big Voice to Skull stream. Voice V2K. We got hoodies. We got Masonic the Hedgehog. Masonic the Hedgehog hoodies, sweatshirts, long sleeves, everything. Watch, you'll see. We got Boston Ray Mud Mob shirts, Boston Ray Mud Mob glasses. You see what I'm saying? We got hoodies, Flat Earth Ninja Boston Ray Mud Mob. We got hoodies, Flat Earth Ninja Fucky Ducky Mud Mob. Late Night Live Mud Mob. V2K shirts. I got a whole store going on here, okay? I got a whole bunch of merchandise. But we got hats. Late Night Live hats. Fucky Ducky hats. Oh, hold on. Almost there. Boston Ray hats. Flat Earth Ninja hats. V2K hats. You get them in all different colors, too. Like, Let me show you what I'm talking about. Look. You can change whatever color you want on everything. On everything. Oh. And then we have so I think I made some winter hats. You know, because it's getting cold out. Yep. Right there. Flat Earth Ninjas. Up here. I can't even, I suck. All right, right there. Right there. All right, whatever. Late Night Live, Flat Earth Ninja, whatever. We made a whole bunch of them. Fucky Ducky. And then we got this new type of hat too. If it's gonna show up. The trucker hat. I don't know what that is. I made one. See how it goes. Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures. Boom. All right, there you go. We'll see how they do. We'll see how they do. We're getting there. So donate to the channel because we need help. We need the support. Other than that, I think I'm going to get out of here. All right. Oh, actually, I'm not though. I'm leaving, but I'm going to put on some music for you guys to end it.
Y'all know that DJ Martinville Bill shit? Make some fucking noise. There's a fixed rate of pay for murder, but the assassin is an expert. You know that he stay with the burner. But by God's the LSD psychops. I'm a mama on the cloud, to the brother out of voice out. I'll get better be calling as soon as I be. The real life Luca Brasi. So fuck you and the Illuminati. Spray with the milk, the cradle of filth. A check ain't some cocaine, it's a pill. City chill. Super movies wanted their range straight in the grill. Duct tape the barrel, I cut the chest and I barrel. It's the murder world, animal funk. I'm praying to trust like Phil Knight. Listen, how it's back in control. The darkness that's around us can't hurt us. The darkness in the heart of my soul that turns us into murderers. Even though we got we still gotta reach for the stars. Peace to the gods, speak to the cross. The darkness that's around us can't hurt us. The darkness in the heart of my soul that turns us into murderers. Even though we got we still gotta reach for the stars. Peace to the gods, speak to the cross. Yeah. Yeah. Motherfucker. Give me 10. What's up, eh? Say heavy metal bees. Say heavy metal bees. Heavy metal bees. Heavy metal bees. Cut your head off, guillotine. Heavy the ain't style. Yo, reminder me and cheddar barber head bow. I wanna see everybody in the place wow. Anybody move, walk up and they say, wow. Daddy night and day. Sure that I care when I say it twice a day. It's all real when it's nice to say. It's real when the jack on nights will play. Today, yeah, but tomorrow you breathless. My team is on the same shit like elaborate efforts. We grabbing your necklace, there's no other way. We bring it back to the east like we military. Any fucking day, y'all can come see us. North, South, West Philly, you don't wanna beat us. We survive Puerto Rican and Italian Morenos. Fuck it, let that brain flow. Heavy metal beats. Say heavy metal beats. Say heavy metal beats. Yeah. What's up? Make some noise out there, man. Y'all drinking?
We're here. I have no followers. I have only brothers and sisters, all in the name of cause. People are sheep. You understand me? They can't lead themselves. They need to be led.
Yeah.
People buy and sell fear. They worship war. They crave war. And I'm not afraid of their wars. I created war. And I think it's time for the masses to wake up. Wake up. Wake up! Wake up and look at this lie they're living in, man! The world is deteriorating between their toes, and they do nothing about it. They only stand there, they whisper and wonder, but they never do anything about it. But I've seen it all in my dreams and in my thoughts, and above everything else, I understand there ain't no such thing as a hero. Not anymore. But you have become addicted to the illusion of what a hero is. You become addicted to the illusion of what a hero does for you. You want to see something really scary?
Below, you make some noise, y'all. Let's go. Yeah, 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 yeah. You can't outmaneuver me, I'm in a peak position. The creator of everything you perceive as wisdom. Deal with OG, guard body, deep division. Ramirez over Whitaker, that's just a weak decision. The guard nice with his hands, but don't think so. AK-47, I did Karolinko. They thought Vinny was Rican and not gringo. Needed hard body production and called bingo. I'm a guinea, I fuck around with casino bastards. Cataclysm, metabolism, amino acids. You motherfuckers sleeping like Christina Nashes. How you prove my former dead, I never seen his ashes. You wouldn't partner with the Satan said. And that's the 13th chapter with the face said. With the 14th chapter with the taking said. It's a Vietnam song, Vinny take his head. Y'all want a fatal disease? God bless. Y'all trying to hate on me? Ain't nobody fucking with me. The 7th day best for me, so go. Y'all want a fatal disease? God bless. Y'all trying to hate on me? Ain't nobody fucking with me. The 7th day best for me. Italia, turn these mics up on the stage, please. Finalmente sono en casa. Put your motherfucking hands up! Everybody put your motherfucking hands up! Hello, y'all, put your motherfucking hands up! My live people, put your motherfucking hands up! Everybody put your motherfucking hands up! My live people, put your motherfucking hands up! Everybody put your motherfucking hands up! Hello, y'all, put your motherfucking hands up! Yeah, I told Pusha, I told Mal. Then he moved more white shit than a snowplow. Everybody knew the guinea was so foul. The SKS with the bayonet, oh wow. I rob everything and leave you with a hungry gut. Hollow tips leave you looking like you got a gumpy cut. You think you fucking with the guard, you a funny fuck. Rambo knife, cut your stomach like a tummy tuck. All you see is darkness when the guns burst. The G36 melts your brain like a punch burst. I act wild, but I handle my fun first. I'm drunk all the time, blood quenches the sun's thirst. I don't talk about the money I got. Cause if money want my money, then money just shot. If rap shit don't work, then I double the block. We're pushing mild, cooking up the drums in the pile. Whoa, whoa, put your motherfucking hands up. Everybody put your motherfucking hands up. Italia, put your motherfucking hands up. A lot of people put your motherfucking hands up. Everybody put your motherfucking hands up. Italian, put your motherfucking hands up. A lot of people put your motherfucking hands up. In the back, put your motherfucking hands up. Yeah. Grazie mille. Grazie mille. The familia. Yeah. It's me, Casa, man. Thank you, man. Grazie mille.
I'll take the life of anybody trying to change what's left.
Come on! Pow, pow,
I'll take the life of anybody
trying to change what's left. Your road is going sport. A bunch of animals that go as hard. A rapper so ill, my flow just showed the whole was hard. My fist will break a fucking boulder in half. When I was young, I smack a sticker in your shoulder and laugh. I chose in the past, spoke of my emotional past. Spoke on everything from water, how the ocean is vast. My flow is too fast, you can't contend with me there. Or it's gonna be a massacre to your enemies swear. My plan is prepared, and so the guns and the swords. And that's the only thing you get for fucking with lords. We're stuck in some wars, but Finny fought his way out. Double trap, right cross, what they caught in their mouth. Calling them out, anyone who fuck up my fans. Thinking that they got away and they was lucky they planned. Fuck them and scram, the Luther Shotty no more. They didn't think the Vinny P was catching bodies no more. Come on, bow, 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 bow.
anybody trying to change what's left.
Lift up your whole hood like you got oil under it. Yeah, yeah. You ain't gotta go to
church, you get to know your God. I'll take the life of anybody.
Yo, DJ Question. Let them know in Bologna.
Gotta go to church, you get to know your God.
DJ Question.
Thank you.
Philadelphia.
It's the real hip hop right
Italiano.
there,
Italia. Let's go. I am the annihilator. Put apocalypse on lots of paper. We can go toe to toe to see who lies is greater. I don't think you ever want to step inside the chamber. I don't think you ever see inside the eyes of Vader. Couldn't overstand the song that I sing. I'm like Rocky Marciano when he walk in the ring. Talk in the ring, you cowards down and soft you sing. But I'm as angry as a motherfucker caught in a pig. It's all for the pain, but I'm a warrior and standing tall. And we ain't stopping like the Arab and Israeli war. Just a broke motherfuckers, you can barely ball. I'm eating my family and cousin, we can share it all. Money to root all evil, I don't care it all. Now me and Crippers back together, we ain't scared at all. We about to do it all over like it's 99. The Puerto Rico, the Moreno, and the Italian. If you don't give a fuck like we don't give a fuck, put your motherfucking hands in the air. And if you don't give a fuck like we don't give a fuck, put your motherfucking hands in the air. And if you don't give a fuck like we don't give a fuck, put your motherfucking hands in the air. And if you don't give a fuck like we don't give a fuck, put your motherfucking hands in the air. And go side to side. Side to side, come on, 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 side to side. Say Vinny Paz, come on, Vinny Paz. Say Vinny Paz, say Vinny Paz. Say rock that shit, rock that shit, smoke that shit, drink that shit. Yeah, yeah. Bologna, ¿cómo están? Mi familia, Bologna, Italia.
If you could work on this feedback a little bit, I know it is what it is, but it's driving me nuts.
Mi fratello. Mi fratello. Look. I need y'all to help me out. My familia, mi fratellos in here. Say we got the gangster shit. We got that murder shit. You talk that gangster shit. We live that murder shit. Yeah, the heavy metal king, no big shit. We lock shit down. Come on, the heavy metal king. Let's go. Yeah. The heavy metal king, no big shit. We lock shit down. Come on, the heavy metal king. Let's go. I murder you and laugh. I'm Barry Sanders slicing through the path. You a magician's assistant, I'm sorry you in half. You a heathen, I rely on the beat. I'm a demon at the fire, crucified the priest. I shine of a beat, a motherfucking beast of the fight. I'm a lion out the jungle, raw meat what I like. I bleed in a fight, Vinny like the taste of his blood. And I'll open up your stomach like a case of a slug. I'm faithful to drugs, putting metal plates in your mouth. Dump your body in a motherfucking lake in the world. Face in the mud, God create the facade. That my people have exterminated faith in their God. Patience is hard, cause of other pain to be called. Go to war for anybody who embraces Islam. Gracious and warm, ready for my place in the war. I'm ready to smack a motherfucking face on the floor. We got that gangster shit. Come on. We got that murder shit. Come on, Natalia, let's go. You talk that gangster shit. We live that murder shit. Palonia, we got that gangster shit. We got that murder shit. You talk that gangster shit. We live that murder shit. The heavy metal king, go big shit, we lock shit down. Come on, bounce, 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 bounce. Yeah, this is raw all across the board. Liquid your chamber. If it's coming from my jaw, then it's pure anger. Heavy metal rap with a 4/4 banger. We can settle that, let the mic cord hang ya. I pay homage to the best of them like Christopher Wallace. And bring drama to the rest of them with biscuits from Copper. I'm with a Lord Justice and we raw gritty. Pits to hell in the Dell to New York City. I brought the floor with me. We can capture the ring. Now we more merciless than a statue of Ming. Y'all are more purposeless than a pastor's king. You gonna die like a bro with a guy in a pig. It's a passionate thing, the way we make classics. Genuine brilliance or innate madness. Yeah, we all spin on the same axis. And this chrome thing here, leave your frame backlit. The police always trying to aim flames at us. So I don't mind when a pig brain splatters. I don't mind that we all gonna die soon. I return to the silence of God soon. Yeah. Come on, jump. So swift, check it out. Say Vinny Paz. Come on, Vinny Paz. Say Vinny Paz. Vinny Paz. Italia, mi casa.
Man, you hear this bullshit they be talking every day, man. It's like these motherfuckers is just like professional liars, you know what I'm saying? It's wild. Listen, Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower.
I pledge no allegiance, nigga. Fuck the president's speeches. I'm baptized by America and covered in leeches. The dirty water that bleaches features. Your soul and your facial features drowning you in propaganda that they spit through the speakers. And if you speak about the evil that the government does, the Patriot Act attract you to the type of your blood. They try to frame you and say you was trying to sell drugs and throw a federal indictment on niggas to show you love. This shit is run by fake Christians, fake politicians. Look at their mansions and look at the conditions you live in. All they talk about is terrorism on television. They tell you to listen, but they don't really tell you their mission. They funded Al-Qaeda and now they blame the Muslim religion. Even though Bin Laden was a CIA tactician, they gave him billions of dollars and they funded his purpose. Fahrenheit 9/11, that's just scratching the surface.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower.
They say the rebels in Iraq still fight for Saddam, but that's bullshit. I'll show you why it's totally wrong. Cause if another country invaded the hood tonight, it'd be warfare through Harlem and Washington Heights. I wouldn't be fighting for Bush or white America's dream. I'd be fighting for my people's survival and self-esteem. I wouldn't fight for racist churches from the South, my nigga. I'll be fighting to keep the occupation out, my nigga. You ever clock someone who talk shit or look at you wrong? Imagine if they shot at you and was raping your moms. And of course Saddam Hussein had chemical weapons. We sold them that shit after Ronald Reagan's election. Mercenary contractors fighting a new era. Corporate military banking off the war on terror. They controlling the ghetto with the fear of attack, trying to distract the fact that they engineering the crack. So I'm strapped like Lee Malvo, holding a sniper rifle. These bullets will touch your kids, and I don't mean like Michael. Your body be sent to the morgue, stripped down and recycled. I fire on house niggas that support you and like you, cause innocent people get murdered in the struggle daily, and poor people never get shit and struggle daily. This ain't no alien conspiracy theory, this shit is real, written on a dollar underneath the Masonic seal.
I don't rap for dead presidents, I'd rather see the president dead. It's never been said, but I set precedents.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga.
Bush knocked down the tower.
Tell the truth, nigga.
Bush knocked down the tower.
Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth,
City
nigga.
Records was 80 seconds away from the towers. Some cowards fought with the wrong building. They meant to hit ours. To hit ours. To hit ours. To hit ours. To hit ours.
Never stop a bomb. I'm putting pressure on you kids like I'm a soccer mom. Who I think you thinking that it was the top the bomb? Who you think I thinking that it was the drop the bomb? You get your shit rock mine like Mustafa Song. You blowing smoke, you motherfucker, you should cop a bomb. The non-Taurus jam a little, but the Glock is strong. I move brutal and use brutal like Papa Song. Over a billion Muslims, you can never stop this flow. Over a billion bullets shoot from the shopping store. The backstage filled with liquor and a lot of straw. Cause it's been hard on Vinny since my father born. About to blow the fucking horns like it was Rock the Storm. What's coming on the storm, I'ma get it on. Carry your motherfucking head that I shredded on. I speak literally, figuratively, the prophet gone. Mastermind with a faster rhyme, it's work. Not how I pass the time. I'm a mastermind with a faster rhyme. It's work. Not how I pass the time. I'm a mastermind with a faster rhyme. It's work. Not how I pass the time. I'm a mastermind with a faster rhyme. It's work. Not how I pass the time. It's work. Not how I pass the time. It's work. It's work. It's work. It's work. It's work. It's work. Yeah. Grazie mille.
Everything that I could say.
Oh, 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 oh. Hey, yo, Bologna, say that shit. Jedi mind. Heavenly divine. Come on. Steadily shining 99. Say that shit. Jedi mind. Come on. Come on. Say that shit. Jedi mind. Come on. Come on. Steadily shining 99. Say that shit. Jedi mind. Come on. Come on. Another sacrificial lamb. It died at the hands of hologram. Sent them into the dungeon and bludgeoned his fucking clan. Holy lamb who spent their live shit. That do or die in the jail. Jedi mind shit. The hot shit. Live rap crack your jaw. Like who's the Avenger and who's the dissenter of war? I left the scar so these crabs would overstand. Mental will dash you and send you to a holy land. Lawnmower man. Short blade slash your vitals. Recital will fight you and entice you to burn Bibles. Homicidal. How many bad burn churches? Murdered by stick and a crucifix. Do your service. Divine purpose. For the remedy. This in my thermos. Greatest evil. Stick you with needles. This hypodermic. You heard the verdict. I'm with the law because he chose me. Broke into the Vatican. Strangled the Pope with his rosary. Oh. Whoa, 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 what? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on, Bologna, say that shit. Jedi mind. Come on. Come on. Say that shit. Jedi mind. Heavenly divine. Steadily shining 99. Say that shit. Jedi mind. Come on. Heavenly divine. Say that shit. Jedi mind. Come on. Heavenly divine. Come on. Steadily shining 99. And forever, motherfuckers. Louder, make some fucking noise, man. Let's go. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground's like the moon, you only see us at times. In the times with night skies, where the stars recline. Jedi mind out of space, coincide and combine. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground's like the moon, you only see us at times. In the times with night skies, where the stars recline. Jedi mind out of space, coincide and combine. Salute. Bologna, put a hand in the motherfucking air. Come on. Side to side. I'm a hell race, a beautiful mind that smells hatred. Yell phrases, beneath the melt faces. Excel gracious, rugged terrain, hell pavement. Trick care for God's dwelling till my chest cave in. What's crazy? Nightmare, I am aiding. Keep the eye blazing in this dying nation. Indicated, those stars of constellation. Birds abomination, out of state basement. I'm from the label football fan, they'll beat the shit out you. Nuns get beat with hammers till they spit out you. Pimps to walk astray and take a rip out you. They get big lips and walk away cause we don't live by rules. And I'ma make my brothers feel every inch I move. Rock's game is everything from all the clicks I bruise. Rock's game is everything, don't make me rip your fools. Or we can bounce and rock around and watch the squad get you. Ill and dumb is like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground's like the moon, you'll only see us in time. In the time, the night skies where the stars recline. Jedi mind out of space, coincide and combine. And the dumb is like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground's like the moon, you only see us in time. In the times when night skies where the stars recline. Jedi mind out of space, coincide and combine. Don't ever come at me with war. I 7 scores of orators. Rappers fall on all fours like miniatures. When Jedi mind and in outer space, we bombing this. We stay on one step above you like a pharmacist. We arming this, we detonate the bomb. Heads dread, hallucinogenics in Vietnam. I spit a song, create bombs like in Iraqi. Swear on the Bible when they like to Ecclesiastes. Assault and battery, battle me, that'll be what split you. I store enormous amounts of energy in the crystal, we both will constrict you. Across the militant, your faggots couldn't go to land like you was impotent. Y'all ignorant, your whole clique is split in half. Stepping on law path to face the law wrath. What? Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground's like the moon, you only see us to time. And the times of night skies where the stars recline. Jedi mind out of space, coincide and combine. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground's like the moon, you only see us at times. And the times with night skies where the stars recline. Jedi mind out of space, coincide and combine. Forever.
The greatest form of control is where you think you're free when you're being fundamentally manipulated and dictated. One form of dictatorship is being in a prison cell and you can see the bars and touch it. The other one is sitting in a prison cell but you can't see the bar, you think you're free. What the human race is suffering from is mass hypnosis. We are being hypnotized by people like this. newsreaders, politicians, teachers, lecturers. We are in a country and in a world that is being run by unbelievably sick people. The chasm between what we're told is going on and what is really going on is absolutely enormous.
It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit what happened to the home of the brave. These motherfuckers, they controlling us now, and no one's talking about how they made us modern day slaves. And everybody just walking around, head in the clouds, wondering until we dead in the grave. But then it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up. Welcome to the end of days. Everybody's a slave, only some are aware that the government releasing poison in the air. That's the reason I collect so many guns in my lair. I ain't never caught slipping, never underprepared, no. They shade down on me, they just spray it proudly. George Bush, the grandson of Aleister Crowley. They want you to believe the lie that the enemy Saudi, the enemy Saudi, the enemy around me. It's fluoride in the water, but nobody knows that. It's also a prominent ingredient in Prozac for real. How could any government bestow that upon people who believe in political throwback? That's not all that I'm here to present you. I know about the Black Roman Solomon's Temple, about the Vatican assassins and how they will get you, how they clone Barack Hussein Obama in a test tube. It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying to what happens to the home of the brave. These motherfuckers, they controlling us now, and no one's talking about how they made us modern day slaves. And everybody just walking around, head in the clouds, wanna wait until we dead in the grave. But then it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up. Raise up. Welcome to the end. Raise up. Raise up. Raise up. Raise up. Raise up. Raise up. Italia. You should not be scared of your government. Your government should be scared of you. Capiche? It's mi casa, man. When I say die, motherfucker, die, I want me fratello to say some shit. Die, motherfucker, die. 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 I'm Jesus in reverse, the son of Satan with a firearm. It's water to blood, apocalyptic firestorm. You a sucker rapper, never know what side you on. I shoot the biscuit in the air till the sky is gone. A 16 of mine, murder your entire song. 9M submachine as long as your entire arm. I'm a loud motherfucker, not a quiet storm. I don't believe in afterlife, so once you die, you gone. Never nothing soft, everything a violent song. Kanye West, gay rapper, that's where lines are drawn. Question me with a beat like Shia Mom. It ain't beef no more until Shia fall. We ain't leaving your family anytime tomorrow. The clenched fist shows you power that's inside the palm. The same palm that was taking human lives and all. We ain't stopping until all the human lives are gone. Hey, yo, TP, they know we be O-N-T-O. Fucking with these gentlemen, we run up in your residence, get you for your president. Make up to break up, I don't wanna wake up if I don't got my cake up. Hey, yo, TP, on top we be. Die, motherfucker, die. 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 Grazie mille. Come on. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. Go ahead. hit me with the drama, don't approach me by no PI. I'm a pharaoh king and you ain't worthy of a reply. Bodies not caught decomposing on the seaside. Got the river dead to do the bloody water D.I. My state is cutthroat, can walk around deep high. A team shut it down, and the action will be denied. Crown Royal status, Puerto Rican, that's how we ride. Nocturnal souls mesmerized by the speed ride. One shot at glory game will never give you 3 times. But they haters out first, they would love to see me die. As the dripping vision, everything look high, D5. Drugs, money, liquor, only thing that get me by. Say AOTP. Come on, AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. AOTP, y'all. Yeah. Chindan. April 22nd, y'all. Salud. Come on, jump, jump, jump. Off the pavement, yeah. With the guns in the way. Shit off the hinges, yeah. They be stripping and cantaloupe off the pavement, yeah. Wait. Cut your head off, guillotine, hurry the A style. You're reminding me of Cheddar Bob and A-Mal. I wanna see everybody in the place, wow. Anybody move, buck them in their face, loud. I stay bent daddy night and day. Show them that I care when I stand kites to Jay. It's all real when it's nice to say. It's real when the cat on mics will play. It's ice today, yeah. But tomorrow you breathless. My team is on the same shit like collaborative effort. We grabbing a necklace, there's no other way. We bring it back to the east like we Brother Jay. Any fucking day, you can come see us. North, South, West Philly, you don't want to meet us. We some wild Puerto Rican, Italian, Milanos. Fucking let they brains go. AOTP. Come on, say AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP, y'all. That's what the fuck I'm talking about, y'all. Finalmente sono en casa. Yo, everybody get a fist up. Everybody, a fist up like this. Oh, 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 oh. Hey, yo, it's my world, and I won't stop. And if you stand in my way, you bound to get dropped. In the land where you lay in faith for straight shots. I demand that you pray and straight for straight shots. I demand that you pray, don't pray, don't pray not. I can turn in a place for days and stay high. I get down in the make your praise to stay gone. I'ma pound out your brain and scrape the graveyard. Have you shot while we play your brave heart? I'ma box up your frame and play the same card. And I'm out for face baseball and craze on. Pharaohs lock the game, no shame, we hate y'all. I'm slightly disturbed. Passing answer is nice as the word. That's the reason that I'm fly like the life of a bird. I don't care if you damn let God have ya. Cause I'ma stay rugged and fall like Bob Hagler. It's something you don't know about, you small rapper. Nice at the right, nice at the left. It's your tapper, a law backer. Murder every track that I'm on. You spit a fucking verse whack and you gone. Fuck fame, I studied the fame closely. They built you up, then you get rocked like Shane Mosley. It's pain, homie, and it's blood on my pen. It's the army of the pharaohs and we flooded with gems. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. AOTP. Say AOTP. Say AOTP. AOTP. Yeah, Bologna. We gonna rock out and have some party time. It's the weekend. My niggas tweaking. It's what we do, y'all. Say Say make money, money, make money, money, money. Take money, money, take money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Take money, money, take money, money, money. Yo, I'ma keep the story short cause the plot heavy. I'm leaving Alvarado dirty in the back Chevy. Pop crown, pop penny, pop crown, pop steady. Count deadly, palm sweating every time I count fatty. We coming for blood, money, power, respect. Pharaoh General, I devour reject. Got these chickens turned out, never been turned up. Never do things twice, mistakes gotta learn some. Time to air them out. Rappers are in danger, feeling resurrected, bloody jumping out the manger. Zero tolerance, start fucking up these haters. If I don't see you now, pussy, I'ma see you later. Say, make money, money, make money, money, money. Come on. Take money, money, take money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Take money, money, take money, money, money. Look. I don't call pussies out, I'ma phone ya. It's Vinny Pazienza up in Bologna. That's how I get down. Vinny Pazienza and I'm always holding the crown. Yeah, y'all can see how I loud to ya. It's Vinny Pazienza up in Italia. 1, 2, 1, 2. Vinny Paz in the place. 1, 2, 1, 2. I take you in the face and I hit you with the left. All your motherfuckers breathing on your last breath. It's one time off the mind. Vinny Paz and I'm in this motherfucking rhyme. It's off the top of the dome. I can write it or recite it or I gotta be home. It's one time for me. One time for Italia. 1, 2, 3. Come on, make money, money, make money, money, money. Take money, money, take money, money, money. Take money, money, take money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Take money, money, take money, money, money. Hold on. Yo, this is my DJ question. Make some noise.
Static selector. Static selector. Static selector.
I'm a walking bad habit, eat tabs up in the cabinet. Savage rap status, vocabulary extravagant. A rock star, popping rocks in bars. Used to flip bud, now just rapping, copying cars. No telling, Connecticut felon. I GPS them and find my mark like Magellan with more lines than Corey Feldman. I never cease to impress them. I cardiac arrest them with every studio session. I'm killing them, no question. Web's back, better hold your breath when I'm rhyming home. I murder beats, I'm Jonah Hex with a microphone. Fiends saying I'm the dopest yet. And haters, I shrug them off until my fucking shoulders sweat. I'm breaking bones, the modern version of Casey Jones. Sword in hand, I'm the winner playing the Game of Thrones. Fuck beef, my rapping style's filet mignon. Getting drunk, fuck your driver, somebody take me home.
Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. I know that I should change, but I don't really think I can. It's just part of my nature, I never cracked and never ran. The world is falling on me when my back was in a jam. I always kept on fighting, that's exactly who I am. And this is who I am, no way that I can change it. I'm buck wild, stupid and dangerous. My best friends are not strangers. These are the motherfuckers I hang with. We speak the same language. And I ain't saying French, English, or Spanish, or Spanglish. I mean pain and anguish. This cocaine slaying and bang bang shit. Mac 11s that we aim with. In other words, I'm rolling with the same clique I came with. On the same list, and fuck being famous. Fame dreams are for groupies. I'm a real life gangster that you ain't seen in the movies. What I mean is I'm truly off the hook. Like a phone in a nursing home, homie. I'm that Boston crook. Take me home. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch.
I damaged tracks, so listeners always ran it back. Always with a half ounce stuffed into a sandwich bag. I kill it quickly and always keeping the realest with me. Stealing all the fucking insulin from Wilford Brimley. Diabetes, rappers could never beat us. I've been spitting shit like this since I was just a fucking fetus. Keep your chick with me as long as she gives dome. Rolling up the diesel and burning like Jim Rome.
Now I stand here as a man with the past, the inspiration for the kids on the corner, but still got the laugh of a mental patient. The infiltration of the game, born from a central hatred of fame. A pencil shaking with pain, an entrance staked in a claim from the wrath I became. My paragraphs I'm saying are futuristic pictures of the past from which I came. And this is slain with the shoddy and the hoopty, son. My whole career's a robbery that they could never scoop me from. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch.
From Mattapan, going through Dorchester to get to Roxbury, just to get more fresher. Going up Mass Ave, over to Newberry. I need the new what? Stay in new everything. I got game in the hood. Swear to God, everybody know my name in the hood. And the clothes are dope. Yes, I must say. Threads and emos, I did all Johnny Cupcake. Hey girl, come here. I'm one of them boys that be in front of the corner mall downtown crossing. I'm a dawn to calm out, comprende. Eyes like the cigar sign, smoking on Fenway. I never go to sleep, never woke up. Nothing sweet, but I'm Dunkin' cause my donuts. Hi Tiffany, can we date, hun? I'm Mr. Boston, not from VH1. No! Yes! King Spider. There was ever a question in your mind? Who's the best of the beat? Stop it. I'm the motherfucking king. Beacon Hill, I know you got me. I see you, Duval. D-How, where we at? Sometimes I wanna go somewhere, man. You know? Where everybody know my motherfucking name, everybody do cocaine, you know? It's a place like Boston, you know? Beacon Hill, Paul Revere shit.